All right. Yeah, I think I'm live. Whoops. Good morning, everybody. Appreciate your patience. I do a little bit final fine tuning here. If you can hear me and if I sound okay, for you veterans, you know the routine. If you don't mind hitting that one to make sure we're a fully operational battle station here. Fairchild, LMND, Nate. Yeah, thanks for asking. I am definitely feeling better. I still have a cough, and when I cough, like it's like a induced headache. I think because the pressure is like pushing on my brain. But yeah, I slept a lot better last night. Still a little weak, but not. I don't. There you go, right on cue. But yes, I do feel overall feel better. So thank you for asking. So Parasite, good morning. What did you say earlier, Fairchild? I noticed that you had removed some of your comments, I'm guessing, after the gutter guy showed up. Hey, Frank, what's up, Bretta? Chad, good morning. The market has already given significant movement in both directions. What's your bias for the day? Oh, I don't have biases for the day. I'm just trying to figure out what I think is going to happen in the next 2 minutes, let alone the overall day. So that's not really what my what I like to do, because the problem with that, for me, the problem with that is if I have a bias for whatever reason, a bullish for the day, and then I'm in a trade and it's going against me, like, but I'm bullish bias for the day, it'll be okay. And then it goes against me some more. I'm bullish bias for the day, it'll be okay. And then before I know it, I'm in a massive heap of trouble because of some general overall bias. So I try to stay away from, daily biases or stuff like that. Again, I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it, but for me, that sort of stuff doesn't work. It gets me in more trouble than good. Still working on getting signed up and having troubles. Change it to be more. What troubles? What troubles are you having, for a child? Good morning, Jeff. Hopefully, everybody is having a good day so far. Keep an eye on that level right there. Good morning, Paul. Yeah, Fairchild, if you want to email me, feel free. If you want to email me, clay@claytrader.com with your email that you used. I can poke into it too if I need to. Yeah, send me an email, clay@claytrader.com. With you, and just let me know the email that you used to sign up, and I can throw something their way. Almost funded. Good job, Trader Revolution. Wow, already at 20 likes, and I've not even asked. But yes, if you've been here before and you know that you're going to enjoy, make sure you hit that like button. If you've never been here before and you're new, no need to hit the like button. I totally understand. You have no idea if you're going to enjoy or not. But the way it works around here is that I will keep moving. And it can get up as long as 4 hours. Maybe someday it'll be up to as long as 5 hours. I don't know. But right now we've had some 4-hour streams, but that's all dependent on if people are remaining interested and remaining, just enjoying themselves. And I measure enjoyment. I measure value. I measure entertainment, whatever you want to call it. I measure that via the like. So hit that like button, and there's no really point in saving likes, because as long as it's growing and we're hitting numbers, and I kind of know where the numbers need to be at certain times. So for example, when we're approaching that 3-hour mark, I now know if people are still interested, we should be up around 200 likes. So in other words, but if we get to 200 likes here in the next, for example, 5 minutes, well, then we're basically for sure going for at least 4 hours, because we're already at 200 likes. So I know some people are like, well, I'm going to save my like until one of those times where it's really needed. No, it's needed at all times. So just, I appreciate some of you trying to work the system. Again, I've nothing but respect. I like a thinker like that. I like somebody that's trying to work all the angles make the system work for you. But I'm telling you right now, it's you're not really working the system. It's the sooner that you hit the like, the better. So, hey, Kevin from Lakeland, Richard, good morning. Thank you, Trader Revolution. Yeah, no sandbagging. Well, right now we have quite the interesting pattern here. We got a very well-defined area of support down here on the 2-minute. We have the VWAP, which is that dotted yellow line. We have the 200 period, which is the pink line. So if we kind of just try to split the difference, call that the support. So it's really just a question of, does this break? And if it does break, do we get a continuation up through that level? So that's kind of what I'm watching and interested in. And maybe interested in taking that trade. But like I said, we'll see if it wants to bounce around here a little bit more. I personally would love it if it broke. I'm guessing Anthony is long probably already. Which I don't think is crazy at all. I mean, you have a pretty well-defined stop. So if you hop in here with a stop down around here, you know, the only downside is you don't really have any confirmation that it wants to be strong because it hasn't broken it. But if it does ultimately go out there and break and make the move, well, you're gonna have that better of a of an entry point. Confirmed. I got it. I'll email after the stream's over. Yeah, if this breaks, I'm done for the day. Where's your stop at, Anthony? I don't know of anybody being short, so I have no problem rooting for you to get that break. Where's your stop at? I'm almost wondering if I should keep these on to prevent any sort of headaches from wanting to pop up. I probably should. I'll go into geek mode one more live stream. Just try to prevent some of these. I think these have got to be 4K monitors. When I get, did 4K monitors exist like 5 years ago? If so, then I'm guessing they're 4K, but I don't know if that's true or not. But they definitely got the vibes that can give me a headache a little bit. So we'll just go geek mode. Oh, Anthony, what are you doing? Why? Anthony, have you heard of Pam's plant, Anthony? I won't. Let me first. Maybe Anthony has not heard of Pam's plant. Have you heard of Pam's plant, Anthony? No. Okay. So Anthony, are you a day trader, or would you like to be a day trader, or like what's your status? Because right now you're trading ETFs, which means you're in the stock market. So in order to be a true day trader, you've got to have at least $25,000. So do you have over $25,000, Anthony, or you're kind of just trying to do very limited day trades because you only get 3 day trades every 5 days? But like, where are you at in your journey? And for those that are listening, if this sounds like any sort of similarity to your situation, oh, okay. So it sounds like you're already doing a form of a prop firm. I've never heard of that one. Why you got to move to futures though, man. Futures move so much better. You just flat out got to move to futures. I'm telling you right now, what you're trading moves like absolute garbage compared to futures. And that's coming from somebody that's traded stocks, options, ETFs for like the past almost like 20 years. Is this Ninja Trader's browser platform? No, this is Tradovate. So for the people, what platform am I using? That's technically kind of a twofold question. Step one of the platform that I'm using is I'm using a prop firm. So the way, if you want to get to where I'm at and use the prop firm that I'm using and recommending, it's Take Profit Trader at the top of the screen there that you see. But anyway, so the step one would be select your purchasing power. And then during the checkout phase, they'll ask you what platform do you want to use. And I'm using Tradovate. The key thing here is that you do not need to go to Tradovate separately and create an account. Nothing like that. The prop firm allows you to skip that step because the prop firm itself will create your account and then they'll send you the login information. And then you go to Tradovate and you just log right in and you're good to go. So that is technically what platform I'm using. I'm using a prop firm, and then through the prop firm, I'm using Trade-O-Vate. And for those of you that maybe are not aware, I've been sick sick really 2 days. I've been sick. I've been able to keep live streaming though it's been manageable, but I do still have a pretty rough cough. Yeah, see, Anthony, no, it's not. Here, do you want me to teach your futures in 2 seconds, Anthony? They're contracts, but don't let that intimidate you. And expiration, yeah. You've looked into. Would you like to know? Would you like to understand? So you already use charts, Anthony. So you're 97% of the way there. You're already using charts to trade ETFs. So I just need to teach you 3% more. If you're interested, I can teach. Or if anybody else is interested, does anybody else who already use charts but is intimidated because, well, I don't want to have to learn futures, or futures is just, if that's anybody else here, give me a number 1 or number 2 in the chat box. Just type the number 2. If you're somebody that already uses charts, but you're kind of hesitant to try futures because, well, I don't want to have to learn about futures. If that's you, let me know, and I'll teach you the other 3%. Because if you already use charts, you are 97% of the way there. Novice trader. Are you day trading options, novice trader? Man, really? There's nobody in here? So everybody in here already trades futures, huh? Or is everybody in here? There's not a single person that's other than novice trader and Anthony? Really? Okay. Jeff, come on, Jeff. You've been here many times. You already know how all this works. Hey, Judd. Yeah, unfortunately, it has broken to the downside. So I would assume people that were waiting here, that again didn't wait for. I was waiting for confirmation. Confirmation being defined as breaking through that trend line. So I never got the confirmation, which in this situation is good, right? Because I never got on the trade. But for the people that hopped in here that were kind of trying to anticipate the breakout, I'm assuming those people's trade is over now, as it's broken to the downside. How are you always green in the morning? If only that were the case. Have you not been here before where I've gone over blown accounts and stuff like that? I recognize your name too, Nero. So are you trolling, or are you just joking around, or are you just what are you having a bad morning? So you're taking out some anger on me? What's up with that? Like, surely you've seen me talk about plenty of red trades. Surely you've seen me take red trades. Surely you've heard me talk about blown accounts on the live stream. There's 11 a.m. news. Is there? $11 a.m. news, huh? Let me check. No, I don't see any 11 a.m. news. There is 9:40 a.m. news and 10 a.m. news. I'm not seeing any. Okay. So I'm just going to go over it very quickly. If you are somebody that already uses charts, whether that's to day trade stocks, day trade crypto, day trade options, day trade, Forex, then you're 97% of the way to trading futures, because futures are just charts also. But there's another 3%, and you have to know how to calculate how they move. So I'm going to teach that very quickly. And if you can understand this math, then there you go. You understand futures. So let's say you buy right here, and then you sell up here. So if you look over here, the difference in these numbers is 50. 21,150 up to 21,200, that is 50. Now 50 what? In futures, things are measured in points. So that's 50 points. So in futures lingo, you would say, hey, I made 50 points on that trade. Because if you bought here and then you sold there, it moved that distance, and that distance is 50, well, then you just made 50 points. Okay, well, how much dollars and cents is that? Good question. So all you need to know in futures is this. You need to ask yourself, for the contract that I'm trading, how much is 1 point worth? So for the NQ, 1 point is worth $20. Now this is per contract. So we'll just assume you're buying one contract. So on the NQ for one contract, 1 point equals $20. So my question to you is, how much did you make on that trade? If you made 50 points and 1 point is worth $20, how much did you make? Can you answer that, novice trader, or anybody else that's maybe has always been intimidated by futures? Can you answer that question? Again, you made 50 points because you bought there, you sold there, which was 50 points. So you made 50 points and 1 point is worth $20. So how much dollars and cents did you make? Boom, novice trader. Just like that. Just like, look at all you math geniuses out there. Exactly. You now are 100% of the way there to trading futures. Because if you like, for example, well, I day trade stocks and I love bull flag patterns. Great news. Bull flags exist in futures. I love head and shoulder patterns. Guess what? Those exist in futures too. Oh, wow. Look at this move. Quite the bounce back up. Yeah, I'm not willing to take the breakout there just because that's a big move. And the other thing, so novice trader, you are day or I think you're day trading options. That's truly the worst thing you can do. You are the epitome of working harder, not smarter. Now, before you go and say, well, I make money day trading options, I'm not saying you can't make money. I'm saying you are working inefficiently. Pam's plant is what we preach around here. Pam's plant being an argument of why, for those of you that are day traders or want to be day traders, should day trade futures through a prop firm. But here's why day trading options is just ridiculous, mathematically speaking. So when you buy something, the obvious way to make money is if you buy it and it goes up, well, of course you made money. The obvious way to lose money is, well, if you buy something that goes down, well, of course, you lost money. But everything you buy, whether it's a piece of real estate, whether it's an option, whether it's a stock, anything can do one of three things, right? It can go up, it can go down, or it can go sideways. Now, what happens if it goes sideways? Well, the rational person is going to say, well, nothing, right? That's neutral, doesn't go up, doesn't go down, neutral. Not so with options. With options, you lose money because there is something called theta. So think about it. Of the three things that can happen after you buy an option, two of the three cause you to lose money. In other words, you have a 67% chance of losing money every single time you buy an option. Again, if you're so, but Clay, I make money day trading options. That is super impressive. All I would ask you is, can you imagine how much more money you would have made if you did not have to deal with theta? And that is what futures allows you to do, because futures are contracts, but these contracts do not have theta. So just imagine how much easier life would be if you don't have to deal with theta. So again, this is not some sort of emotional opinion. This is all mathematically driven. You are working harder, not smarter, if you're choosing to day trade options when you have the opportunity right before you to day trade futures. So right there, day trading options is truly like the epitome of working harder, not smarter. Yeah, see, novice trader, he even understands it already. Theta death, exactly. Jeff says theta is evil, indeed. All right, may look to take a short here. 29. Oh, wow, that's a 20-point risk. Ooh, there's some movement today. That's a bigger risk. All right, I'm going to keep a close eye on this, looking for potentially a short off the rejection of both the purple line right there, which is the 50-period moving average, and the overnight high right here, which is that pink line right there. Nice, we're almost at 50 likes already. If you have not hit that like button, let's just make a run up to 50 likes here. I'm going to go short at that red line. I'll put my stop above here, but I want to see the price come down. What is your short-term moving average? The green line is the 21 EMA. I guess you'd consider that the short-term moving average. Okay. I am in. So let's see if this thing wants to come back down. Put my first target down there. I have just two contracts. So, but this is pretty wide stops, because there's quite a bit of movement today. So believe it or not, 2 MQs can start to add up relatively quickly. But yeah, very basic premise. Is this going to get rejected off that trend line? Is it going to get rejected off that overnight high in the 50 period? So for me, I try to keep things very straightforward, very simple premises. Can't say there's too much complicated things going on here. So if this thing's going to keep breaking out, well, then it'll be a losing trade for me. Can you check HTI if it will go up, please? No. And you have a faulty misunderstanding of how this works. If you think that by using a chart you can determine whether or not something will go up, that's not how charts work. Charts are not ever going to tell you what will or will not happen. And looking like I might be getting stopped out here. Yeah, this is not looking good. I don't see how I don't get stopped out here. And I'm out. So yeah, if you think that you can look at a chart and be like, okay, well that will go up or that will go down, or you don't use the word will with anything, because that will implies a guarantee. And whoops, let me get this out of here. And guarantees just do not exist. So Ramel, with all due respect, I think you have a little bit more to learn before you put any money in the market, because it doesn't seem like you quite understand how things work. You have some faulty assumptions that you seem to be working with. Anthony, I'm telling you, futures move better. I don't know why. You're making your life harder trading stuff like that. Activation wave on just any account that you use code Clay on, Fairchild, yeah, the deal applies. So if you use code Clay on 5 separate accounts, then all 5 will be 30% off and then no activation. I do it for the love of the game. You do what? You work harder, not smarter, for the love of the game? Yes. Novice trader, very good question. Start with MNQ. NQ is a volatile beast. And quite frankly, in my opinion, the invention of the micros, which was, I don't know, 5-6 years ago, was absolutely game changer. Because to just say, go trade futures before the micros existed, suicidal. Suicidal, because as day traders, we absolutely love movement. And part of Pam's plant of why you should trade futures, they move. They move for sure. But without this part, the ability to control that movement, a little too sketchy, because the NQ, for example, can move, and it moves very quickly. But with the invention of the M, the micros, you can control that movement a lot more, because the M is not going to move nearly as quickly as the NQ. So yeah, start with MNQ, and then once you are able to kind of prove yourself, get your bearings, then you could try the NQ. What do you think about this about the stock market? I don't know what that is. Last one is prop firm. Yeah, prop firm definitely necessary. Yep. Because if you have $1,000, let's just say, of your own money, because of this right here, and we won't even assume like you go on tilt or you FOMO or your revenge trade, anything like that, then like what I describe here is like almost guaranteed to happen. But let's just say you're behaving, and then because these things move, something moves really quickly against you. I mean, you could literally be, poof, $1,000 gone just like that. Now, to be fair, if it goes in your favor, poof, you can make $1,000 because they move. But if it goes against you $1,000 and that's all you have, your journey is over. But with the prop firm, the way it would work is, let's just say you do the bare minimum, $25,000 is going to cost you $105. The bare minimum, so $1,000. Well, we got to subtract out $105. You still have $895. So if there's some sort of poof, something crazy happens, and you lose the $1,500, why is that number important? Well, in order to pass the test and move to the next phase, they don't want you losing more than $1,500. But if you were to lose $1,500, sure, you lose the account, which you can always get again for $100, but your account is gone. If you were to lose $1,500 and you start with $1,500, well, your journey is over because you are officially out of money. But if you started with whatever amount that was, and then you blow the account, well, you still have $895. So you could go try again for $100, and you're still in the game. Whereas the person that didn't use the prop firm, well, their journey's over because it just disappeared just like that. So prop firms are very beneficial because of that added risk control, specifically how it allows you to protect your own money, because as I just demonstrated, you don't have to put all of your money in. It's a very small slice of your money that's actually at risk, because if you fail, if they take the account away from you because you lost too much or broke a rule, well then, okay, you're only out the amount that you spent on the account in the first place. So yes, Pam's plant. We don't preach Pam's around here. Pam's would only be go day trade futures. No, we preach Pam's plant, because with the prop firm, you get all these additional benefits. So definitely use a prop firm. What? I don't know. Take profit trader, Anthony? What are you talking about? Anthony, no. On the 25K, the drawdown is 1,500. All right, so I'm not sure what you're looking at. But 1,500. 1,500 meaning that's the amount they would allow you to lose. No, I should know. Maybe you're saying right now, wait a second, because you have a very business-like eye. You're like, wait a second. This business model is not viable. This seems like a scam. How can they require you to only give them 119 of your money, but then they're going to let you lose 2,000 of their money? Very good question, because all of this is happening in a simulated environment. Because it's a test phase, and the goal for you is to prove yourself. And then once you move from the test into the pro, then the pro is where you begin to make money. So, that, just keep that in mind. And I've also had some people like, well, that's a joke. So you're going to make $3,000 to pass the test, but then they keep all that and you don't get to keep any of it. All you get is your pro account. That's all you get. Well, no, because again, this is a simulated environment. So there is not actually $3,000 that was made for anybody to keep. So good eye on those parts that are, wait a second, that seems like a scam. How is that a viable business model? That's how. Prop firms, you get a 1099. So that's down here. The nice thing about prop firms, Pam's plant, tax reporting is easy. All the prop firm will do is send you a 1099. So you get to hand your accountant one piece of paper for all your trading, the 1099 form. I'm not sure it gets any easier than that. So it will be a 1099 form. Pretty convenient when you stop and think about it. Don't they give you a few free resets with Take Profit? No. Now, they advertise they'll let you reset your pro account 3 times, but I don't recommend doing that because that is super expensive. And for the price of one pro account reset, you could go buy like 5 test accounts. Good questions, though. Yeah, I'm not a tax professional. All I'm telling you, I'm not going down any sort of tax rabbit hole other than the way you report the taxes is a 1099 form. Other than that, novice, please go consult your local CPA or tax attorney. How long do you have to make the $1,500 in the test account? You can take as long as you want. But I recommend people get it done within a month because this is a monthly fee. So, and the reason why, if you pass that test within the month, and then you move into the goal is to get from the test to the pro. But in these accounts, there is no more monthly fee. So you don't want to rush. You don't have to rush. And maybe you're thinking, but Clay, I've never made $1,500. I'm telling you right now, because of this, $1,500 in 1 month is more than reasonable. So again, you don't have to rush. You don't have to panic. But getting it done within a month is very, very reasonable, and that's why I recommend it, so you don't have to pay that monthly fee again because that fee does go away. Drew, what is your obsession with that? Every single time. No, I'm not showing profits and losses because the point of this stream is not to prove myself. I'm not trying to prove anything that I am a good trader, and you should know this by now, Drew. As I said from the get-go, let's just assume, for argument's sake, so we can advance the true goal of this live stream, that I'm a terrible trader, okay? The goal of this is to help people by pointing them to Pam's plant. I have lost count now of how many people are sitting there struggling because of the pattern day trading rule, or because of various other reasons that they want to day trade. They're getting stuck in halts because I think they have to trade low float stocks, and they're getting, they're having to hold overnight because they don't want to burn a day trade. And they're doing all these stupid things because of all these regulations, and they're trading these things that they don't actually have to. So my core goal here, nothing else, is to tell people about Pam's plan. So let's just assume I am a terrible trader. I know nothing. Does that mean that this is a bad idea? If you think this is a bad idea, then let's discuss the idea. How is this a bad idea? So, no, I'm not showing that stuff because it's irrelevant for all of this. I'm not trying to prove or claim that I'm a good trader. I'll claim, like I just did, I'm a terrible trader. What does that have to do with Pam's plan, Drew? Is market data subscription included? Yes, Robbie, that is part of the plan, or part of the payment. Backtest bulls, no, you're not crazy. The test goes for a minimum of 5 days. So that's where you got confused. So the test phase is a minimum of 5 days. So you have to go through the test. The test is last 5 days regardless, no matter what. So that is not a crazy thought at all. Backtest bulls, I can see where that number's coming from. What's up? Hope everyone is green. Thanks, TJP. Same to you. This Clay Trader, WhatsApp number. I do not have WhatsApp. If you are talking to me on WhatsApp, you are talking to currently a scammer. So I hope you have not sent them any money. Hey, Labradabber. You're welcome back, Test Bulls. Okay, Kim, good morning. Really just, we were getting some very solid movement. We have really just kind of entered this range with, so far, that seems to be the range, and we've had this little dirty dog move to the downside, which of course I'm sure took out the longs just to recover back up to the top. But yeah, other than that, it's really just sideways movement. And Drew, the only time I've talked about that is when people are asking me questions. Then I talk about it. But what thing I can guarantee, I'm not going to guarantee it. Because to be fair, maybe I have done it a couple times. But it would be less than a handful. The only time I talk about my mentorship is when people start asking questions and it's like, all right, this is beyond the scope of what can be talked about here. But if you want to learn from me, there you go. But other than that, no. I don't plug my course at all. In fact, there are the vast majority of these live streams, I never even talk about it. I do talk about the webinar, but that's totally free. I buy take profit with your... Hey, thanks, Paul. I'll let my kids know when they're eating tonight. Hey, we got to thank Paul. Is selling the same way as buying? Yes. If you want to buy, you would press this button. If you would like to sell, you would press that button. So I'm not quite sure if that's what you're asking, but yeah, it's you sell the same way you buy. You can press buttons or you can use a chart. If you click on the chart, they give you a couple of choices right there. Do you make money when people sign up? Yes, of course. Of course I make money. Are you not aware of the joke around here? Unless people use code CLAY, my kids don't eat tonight. Okay? Are you pro child starvation trader? Are you kidding me? Trader wants my kids to starve. Yes, that's why I say, if you want to support the channel, use code CLAY. No problem, Drew. Perhaps I misread you a little bit. If so, my apologies to you. Hopefully you can extend me a little grace. Sometimes it gets hard on here with the live stream. Some people show up with, zero good intentions at all. And then the lines get blurred like apparently it happened to me and you. So sorry about that. I did misread you. So hopefully you can accept my apologies there. But again, like I said, a little bit of grace would be appreciated because it's not always the easiest thing when you have who knows who show up. And then you have who knows who shows up, and it's the same person with the, like yesterday, we had somebody show up. I banned them once, and then they showed up 2 more times, which is wild. Because you have to go create a new email address, and then with that email address, you create like the new YouTube account or whatever, just to keep trolling. Like, what are people doing with their lives? Why? You know? But that is not you, Drew. So again, apologies. Yep. Thanks, Drew. I appreciate that. Oh, stop bringing that up. Because, Anthony, anybody that preaches a strategy as a one-size-fits-all is deceiving you. As I've said, and we'll probably have to continue to say 3 times every live stream, but just because a strategy works for the person selling the strategy, I can completely accept it. It works for them. The problem, the disconnect is you are not them. They are not you. You are 2 different creatures of risk tolerance. So because you're 2 different creatures of risk tolerance, because you have different personalities, because the vast majority of trading is emotions, is stuff like that, because you're going to be different in that regard, their strategy is not going to be just one size fits all. But when they display it as one size fits all, that's very deceptive. Because the fact of the matter is, and no, it makes a sales pitch a lot easier, which is my sales pitch. I don't have, trust me, I'm well aware of how I can make my sales pitch easier. Hey, I got a system. Just sign up for my system. There you go. But no, the fact of the matter is, the most I can do as a mentor, as a coach, as a teacher, whatever you want to call me, is I can teach you how to use the tools, how to use them, how to understand them properly. But at the end of the day, you still have to put in a ton of effort to build the strategies, to build the system that works for you and your unique risk tolerance system. So, yes, them, and I'm just going to say them, and this goes for anybody. Hey, check out my system. Check out my strategy. Again, I'm not saying it doesn't work for them, but you are not them. They are not you. And when they market it in a way that makes it seem like all you do is just sign up and you blindly follow and you'll be good. No good. Just look at the guy who made it. He live streamed. Hey, Clay, I just logged in and want to know, is this chart for the prop firm? Yeah, well, kind of. So it's through the prop firm. I signed up for the prop firm, and then during the checkout process, I selected Tradeovate. So if you use Take Profit Trader, after you select your purchase power, then they're going to ask you what prop firm do you want to use, or excuse me, I'm sorry, what platform do you want to use, and then I select Tradeovate. Clay is definitely an earth sign. Clay is definitely an earth sign. I think your humor is going over my head, or maybe I'm just not hip to the lingo. What's an earth sign? Is it going up or down today? What do you guys think? I have no idea. I'm just trying to figure out what I think it's going to do here in the next couple of minutes. But as far as overall where it closes on the day, I have no idea, and I have no interest in that. I should ask Kit, yeah. Kit is my daughter, who is like just on a massive win streak. I don't know, maybe, is this going to be a fake break to the upside now of this overall channel? Like a fake break to the downside? Is this about to take out a bunch of stops for shorts and then sucker in a bunch of longs and then come back down? Because that's what this move did. It stopped out longs, suckered in shorts before taking the shorts out. Oh, yeah. I have no idea what any of that. I mean, I've heard of those terms and I've heard of astrology, but yeah, I can't say that I follow much of that. Paulie, you're welcome. Just wasting. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Still waiting for my TTQ short. I'm still waiting for you to get into futures trading, Anthony. I'm telling you, Anthony, everybody since I started this live stream, everybody that has day traded something else, mainly stocks, ETFs, or like options, and then has tried futures, has come back and said, well, I'm never going back to that. Futures is way better. I'm 100% win rate on that. Do I try the breakout? So 65. Maybe. We'll see. Oh my goodness, Anthony. I literally already explained. Anthony, did you not listen earlier? I gave you a personal lesson. You remember when I did the math, Anthony? Were you here for that math? That was like for you. What are you talking about? A YouTube marathon. You like literally did not listen to anything I said then. Yeah, well, never mind. I tried. Some people you try, and it's just like, okay, never mind. I literally hooked Anthony up with a personal lesson real quick, and then he's like, I don't know. I don't know, man. It's kind of weird. Clay, options are... no, not really hedge. I've done them before, like for investments, covered calls, cash secured puts, stuff like that. I mean, I think options can be a very, very powerful tool.
Order filled.
Okay, I'm short 5 MNQ.
Order filled.
Break even on that one. Is there any site which show what happening in USA economy live time? Like the fall yesterday. Daniel, what country are you in? All right, Labrador, not so confident bull prediction, but at the pre-market. Huh? Should be very soon, Narrow. Like I would say like anytime. How long have you been in the game? I got in the game in 2006. Sweden. Okay, Daniel. Let me check something real quick for you. If you want access to the U.S. markets with all that sort of stuff, I mean, I guess, Daniel, what are you wanting to do? Are you wanting to be a day trader or what? Sounds like you're interested in the U.S. markets. Fine, but like, are you wanting to be a day trader within the U.S. markets over in Sweden? Well, no, you don't really need news. You need a chart. You need a real-time chart. This is what's telling you, like what you don't need to know the news, Daniel. You need to know what the market thinks about the news. And the way you figure out what the market thinks about the news is watching prices and values. And the way you watch price and values is via the technical chart. So that's what you actually need. You need technical charts. But let's make sure that you could do Pam's plant. So you don't want to see Sweden on this list. If you see Sweden, that's not a good thing. Where are the S's at? Here we go. I am not seeing Sweden. Again, you do not want to see your country on this list. So you could totally do Pam's plan if you wanted. You could go to this site. So if you use the link at the top of the screen there, you could get yourself 25K in purchasing power for 105 US dollars. Then during the checkout phase, you could use exactly what you're seeing me using, which gives you all the real-time stuff that you want, which is Tradeovate. And then there you go. You would have direct access to the U.S. markets, and you could day trade as much as you want. Yeah, it fell 70. Daniel, it fell 70 points. That's what we care about as traders. Ultimately, we don't care about why it fell 70 points. I mean, we might care just out of curiosity, but from like a practical money-making standpoint, all we need is that it fell 70 points. Like, that's the only thing. Who cares why? It just, wow, it fell 70 points. Like right now, it's coming down right now. So people, 64 down. So this was like a 24-point move. Does anybody really know why it fell 24? I mean, I'm sure it did for some reason, but as traders, I mean, we don't care about it. We just care, like, if you went short here, then boom. So Daniel, if you want to be a day trader and you have $105 and you want into the USA markets, then Pam's Plant is the way for you to go about it in a very risk-friendly way, low capital required way. And just like that, remember when I was short too? I think I would have been stopped out. Yeah, that would have taken me out. That would have taken me out before coming back down. We're gonna pop back up here though. Are we gonna be drifting all the way back down? What are you thinking about, Daniel? Well, let me ask this. So you want to be a day trader? Fine. Do you have $25,000? I know kind of a personal question, but do you have $25,000 you could put into an account? Well, nobody knows why, Daniel. Even the whole bond market thing, still speculation. Oh, whew. Good job, Clay. I was very close to getting long and thinking long, and then we see this right here. If anything, maybe I get long down at these areas right around here. Or is this the beginning of a much bigger falling knife all of a sudden? Okay, if it wants to come down and then come back up, I'll try to capture it on the way back up, but I want to see it come down some more. I'd like to see it hit that pink line. In my ideal world, I wanted it to hit that pink line and then come back up, and I would have tried to capture it on the way back up, but in my ideal world, didn't quite happen. Hey, let's hit that like button. If you are enjoying and you want this stream to continue, let's try to make a run up to at least 75 likes here. For those of you that are maybe new, these streams can go as long as 4 hours, but I got to make sure people are interested, are still enjoying, and I measure interest and enjoyment via that like button. So if you are interested, if you are enjoying, if you're entertained, if you're any of the above, and you have not hit that like button, make sure to do that. That'll let me know you're still enjoying and interested, so I can keep the party going. Gotcha, Daniel. All right. But yeah, Daniel, just don't get too hung up. I mean, if you want the news, just run a simple Google search, you know? But at the end of the day, no, I mean, there's some blatantly obvious one. If there's like a terrorist attack on the, on Wall Street, okay, probably it went down, you know? But more times than not, the only thing that you can say for certainty about why something goes up, for example, is that there are more buyers and sellers. Or why something goes down is because there is more sellers and buyers. But people don't mean that. People mean, okay, but why were there more sellers and buyers? Or why were there more buyers than sellers? And that's where people start to kind of guess and speculate all the time. Uh-oh, Crimson Ready. Before trading option. Please, Crimson Ready, please don't tell me you day trade options. Please, Crimson Ready. When you say, now all you said was trade options. Do you mean you swing trade options? Triple R, those are the simple moving averages for the 15-200. Okay, not anymore you used to. What do you trade now? Do you like scalping futures gold? I do not. Nope. I stick with the MNQ and NQ. I think those move a whole lot better. I don't understand why so many people trade gold futures. Am I missing something? Mainly NQ. Okay, good. So here, Crimson, let me ask you this. As somebody that used to day trade options, what are your thoughts on how options and all that stuff, day trading options compare to futures? What are your thoughts on somebody that used to do that? Because I realize I'm only one person saying that, but what are your thoughts? Gold futures is good for swing trading. Okay. I'm more, fair enough, Johnny, thank you. I'm more so meant from like a day trading standpoint, since Coco Chini was asking about scalping. So when I hear scalping, I usually think of day trading. Yeah, it does seem like, I don't want to say lots and lots and lots of people, but I've stumbled across the fair share of people that are like day trading gold futures. I'm not quite sure I understand. Look at that. People read what Crimson just wrote. That's what I've been echoing, and that's the constant theme. Switching to futures has helped me immensely. All the factors that come with options aren't ideal. And I don't want to speak for Crimson Ready, but I think you'd be okay with this because I'm pretty sure I'll be right. And probably the king indicator that was not ideal was Theta. Well, did a fantastic job of holding that VWAP. Now do we get another push back upwards? That is the question. Or is this just now a chop, 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 chop? Got to be very careful of situations like this. I'm good and green on the day, so I'm gonna watch this very close. If I give back some more, that's fine. But my point is, it's actually easier than it may look to have a day like this. All of a sudden, I don't want to say go to break even or green. That would take extra effort on my part. But when you start to get chopped up, it's amazing how fast getting chopped up can occur. I've traded some gold, but it's a risky with Trump now. You never know what he said. Yeah, Daniel, you sound to be more like a swing trader. But like day traders, stuff like that day to day is not going to matter because we're in the moment. And like right now, I'm just trying to figure out, and day traders are just trying to figure out what's going to happen within literally the next minute, couple minutes, 5 minutes. I've been watching the gold futures chart for a bit. I don't think it's volatile enough for day trading. Yeah, I would. That's kind of my impression too, Johnny. But then when you have people like Coco Chini, apparently scalping futures for gold, I guess they do. Yeah, it sounds, Daniel, like you're a swing trader, which is why I asked if you want to be a day trader, then Pam's plant would allow you to do so. Times of crisis, not good for you. What is the difference? Well, a swing trader, you're like looking to buy something one day and then sell it maybe the next day, sell it within the next few days. Is that what you're doing right now? You're buying something and then you wait for it to, then you're ideally looking to sell it maybe the next day or a couple days later? Yeah, that's a swing trader. A day trader is you're looking to buy and sell something sometimes within seconds, sometimes within minutes. If you're kind of a longer term day trader, maybe you're holding something for, over an hour. But a day trader is buying and selling stuff over and over again in the same day. Which is why I was mentioning to you earlier, like we don't really care about like the news in the sense of what the news is. We just care about like what's the price actually doing. Don't have that time right now? You don't have 15 minutes in your day? Is that where just so I you don't let's make a look. You don't have 30 minutes in your day at all? Is that what you're saying? There's no 30-minute opening periods? I mean, you're here right now talking. You don't have within your day a 30-minute window. I want to start swing trading on a personal account. Hey, go for it. Again, I don't know. I cannot tell right now. Well, right now the 5 minute certainly suggests choppy, chop, 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 chop. So to buy a break right here, if anything, maybe the break is up here because if you buy right there, at least you know that it's cleared out of all this rift raft. Yeah, as I talk out loud and look at it, I can't say it makes a lot of sense to like buy right here. I mean, that's just totally, no, maybe for a little scalpy scalp, but to buy right here, thinking a breakout, why would you think a breakout when it's gotten rejected up above here several times? So yeah, right now it just kind of seems pretty choppy. But if you know news, you can predict how no, that's not true, Daniel. Because here's the thing, Daniel, and I'm really terrible at this. Most people are. You could know a news release beforehand, and you would be like, that is good news. Like, and has anybody been here? And I love to play this game where you look at the news and you're like, wow, that's good news. And then you look at the price of the thing and it's doing the exact opposite. You're like, man, that is terrible news. And then you look at the price and it's going like in the upwards direction. So no, Daniel, even if I grant that you somehow have insider information, you don't know how the market is going to react to that news. Now, some are maybe super, super obvious, but the vast majority of what you're talking about, trying to build a sustainable, consistent strategy on that premise, not going to happen. Because you're assuming, okay, if I know what the news is and I know it's good news, then therefore the market is going to go up. No. If you've never seen the market go down on good news or up on bad news, then you just haven't been around long enough. But yeah, you trying to trade the news ain't going to work out. I know I can sound like a jerk. Well, you're a pessimist. No, I'm just honest. Again, because even if I grant you know what the news is before it's released, you don't know. Nobody ever knows for sure how the market is going to react to that news. Yeah, like Rav S is saying, yeah, I've seen that way too many times. You're like, oh man, look at that good news. Oh, there the price goes down. Oh, that's terrible news. Wait, terrible, but the price going up. Right, Earthbound Stories, correct. With this consolidation, when we break, it's going to move pretty good. You'd think so, yeah. You'd think so. Do you need paid live data for this? No, if you do what I'm doing here, IONUT, so if you go with the prop firm, part of this, when you select the purchasing power, so let's just say you do the 50K purchasing power for $119, that right there includes the live data. So no, you do not need to pay anything extra for the live data. That includes the live data. And even the nice thing here is when you move from the test into the pro, there is $0 monthly fees once you get into the pro accounts. No more monthly fees, but yet you still get live data at no extra charge. Okay, I give you an example. When the Trump said there is going to be lower tariffs, the gold went down and the NASDAQ up, so it affects the market. Well, Daniel, I'm not saying that news doesn't affect the market. I'm saying from a practical point of view, for you to be able to monetize that, it's not as easy. It's just let me wait for the news and let me it just doesn't work. You sound like the guy that's just not going to take my word for it, and the other people in the chat room that are trying to tell you. So it sounds like you're going to just need to go get your face crushed in for you to be like, oh yeah, those people were right. Yes, of course. News affects the market. I accept that. My point is, there's no way to A, know when the news is going to come out, and B, even if you did know when the news comes out, which I'm trying to grant to you so we can just advance the conversation for me to still point out the flaw. So even if you knew when the news was going to come out, you still don't know how the market is going to react to that news. And that's fine, Daniel. You don't want to be a day trader though. So if you think that you can use the news to predict your swing trades, go for it. I was under the impression, because I thought I asked you and you said yes that you were interested in day trading. I thought you wanted to be more of a day trader, but the way you're talking, apparently it sounds like you want to be more of like a swing trader, which is fine. So if you think that you can use the news to help predict your swing trades, go for it. I wish you nothing but the best. I hope you crush it. But yes, what I talked to you about of Pam's plant is irrelevant to you, because Pam's plant is a strategy, is an argument for day trading, not swing trading. Isn't scalping considered dangerous? I mean, trying to make money in a very short amount of time could be costly, right? Well, I mean, anything is dangerous. Crossing is... Let me tell you this. Is crossing a busy street dangerous? LMD. Is crossing a busy street dangerous? Johnny, facts. Too many times I've seen a stock drop on what looked to be good news. Exactly. But Daniel, your whole premise of, well, I don't have enough time to be a day trader is false. Because I know for sure you have 30 minutes in your day. My proof, right now, you're going back and forth with me. In the amount of time you've been going back and forth with me, you could have had opportunities to pull out some day trades from the futures market. So you are operating under a faulty premise that for some reason you think that like you need a whole bunch of time to day trade. Not true. LMD, question still out there for you. Is crossing a busy road, busy street dangerous? Explain, what do you do in 30 minutes? You can day trade within 30 minutes. That's what I'm telling you, Daniel. You can find tradable opportunities within 30 minutes. Like right here, I'm totally hindsight trading, but you could have bought, I don't know, let's say, you could have seen this come down. As it comes back up, you're like, all right, I think if this comes back up, that's a reversal. So you could have bought right here and then sold like, I don't know, right there. That would have been an amazing trade, amazing trade. This lasted all of about 5 minutes. So there's one really amazing trade in 5 minutes. Again, I'm hindsight trading, I'm cherry picking, but to explain, then right here, it pulls back. Like, oh, look, a hammer candle at VWAP. All right, let me try to buy the break of this hammer at VWAP. So right there, comes back up. That was another very, very solid trade. Lasted all of about 5 minutes. So here in the time span of less than 30 minutes, you've made two really, really nice trades. Because that's what day trading is. Well, yeah, sure. Okay. There you go, LMD. So is there something you can do? Is there something you can do to mitigate the risk, to make it less risky to cross a busy street, LMD? Let me ask you that. My next question. So we're in agreement. You've conceded that crossing a busy street is dangerous. Is there anything you can do, any rule that you could implement that could help mitigate the risk, that could help make it less dangerous when you cross a busy street? If so, what would that rule be? You copy trading, Claire, just one account. I've been trading for over 20 years trying to understand how most news affects the market. Always eluded me each day. Bad job numbers, market should go down, but people expect them. Yeah, exactly, Jose. It's there sometimes there's not any, maybe in hindsight there's rhyme and reason, but like in the moment, there's no rhyme or reason. No, you're not too dumb, Jose. You're not too dumb. How much do you put in a trade? Well, with Pam's plant, in order to day trade as much as you want, on the bare minimum side of things, you would need $105. And then with that, in terms of the contracts that are very, very volatile, you could get up to 3 of those per trade. Or the less volatile ones, you could go up as high as 30 of those, again, per trade. So every trade, you could, go up as high as 3 or go up as high as 30. And you can do that over and over and over again. I guess that depends on how you define talent. I don't know what your name is. So I'd agree, day trading is all about talent. Fair enough, but I would have to learn more about how you define talent. When I nod my head, you hit it. I'm not sure what I'm hitting, but I'm hitting it. Hopefully it is a good thing. Okay, well, and what I'm trying to illustrate to you, LMD, is the principle is universal. Whether you're scalping or whether you're doing what you're doing, if you're not managing risk, it's going to be dangerous. But no, it is not more dangerous. It's equally as dangerous doing anything if you don't have rules, if you don't have risk management. That's all I'm trying to convey. So no, scalping is not more dangerous. No, it's not. Now, when you scalp, can you leave money on the table? Sure. But that's a flip side, because when you scalp, can you put profit in your pocket that somebody that's trying to play bigger time frames actually never has a losing trade on? Yeah. Sometimes it's better to get in and out. And then all of a sudden, the person that wanted more, they're saying, well, that was a lose. I mean, I was in the green for a while, and in the green for a while is where the scalpers are pulling their profit out. But for you, if you wanted more, well, you were in the green for a while, but it turned out to be a losing trade. But again, to be fair, there's other situations where you're in the green for a little bit, but then your green gets even bigger. So the scalpers are going to be like, well, I scalped out for some green, but man, had I waited for more, I would have gotten that much more. So there's give and takes to everything. Sometimes you're going to be sitting there saying, I wish I scalped. Other times you're going to be sitting there saying, I'm glad I didn't scalp. Other times you're going to be saying, I should have scalped. Other times you're going to be saying, I should have let it work for me more. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. You got to just pick something and go with it. But yes, in hindsight is always going to have you looking pretty stupid. There's no way around that. I don't think I've ever had a perfect trade where you absolutely nail the bottom and then you nail the top. Because usually, like, if you get in at the bottom and then you sell the quote-unquote top, well, yeah, maybe it's a temporary top where it pulls back a little bit and you're like, good, I nailed the top, and then it explodes back upwards and you're like, well, had I trailed my stop with a bigger wiggle room, I would have survived that pullback and I'd still be in. It's like, well, of course. If hindsight is your judge, you're always going to be able to nitpick something. Which is why here, I say we now because there's people in the chat room that have been here enough to kind of know how we roll. But like we just don't accept people showing up and hindsight trading or telling us how great a trader they are when everything's already happened. Like anybody can do that. Anybody can look at hindsight and then like tell us what people should have done or what they were doing. It's like, no, there's no credibility there. If you want to show up and tell us your trade plan before the price gets to any of those levels, then that's where the juiciness is. Yeah, like Judd says, it's way cooler if you post it first. Said simply but effectively. Exactly. I struggle with having a long win streak and just keep thinking in the back of my head, a red day is coming and it messes with me. Yeah. I mean, it's a mental game. We all have our little kind of battles that we have to overcome, and there's two types of traders out there, those that face mental battles and liars. So which one are you? I have an interesting situation here. Yeah, I should have went full position instead of build into it, or vice versa. Yeah, exactly. Thinking about maybe a long here, but the 5 minute has me a little hesitant, mainly because of this candle right here. Pretty brutal move. It broke out of this range. So earlier, remember when I was talking about maybe you buy right there because it's out of this range? So a scalper, again, to be fair, scalper, that was plenty of wiggle room. But if you're looking for something bigger, this is where it's like, okay, you wanted bigger, you had a chance at green, but now all of a sudden it's pulled back all the way on you. So the scalper is going to be saying, yes, I'm glad I scalped. The person that wanted more, they're going to be saying, oh, I was in the green, I should have scalped because now look, this is about to be a losing trade. But on the flip side, had this thing exploded, the scalper is going to be sitting there saying, oh, why did I scalp? I left so much profit on the table. And the person that wanted more is going to be saying, yes, I'm glad I didn't scalp because I would have cut myself short. I mean, I would have left so much on the table, but now I'm banking. But in this situation, yeah, the scalpers are feeling good. The people that wanted more, not feeling so good. And again, to reiterate, that's not to say that one way is right over the other. I'm just trying to say that there's always going to be give and takes. There's always going to be, and it's a two-sided coin. There is no 100% strategy. There is no one way that always works. No. I started off thinking I was a very smart penny stock investor. But spoiler, I was not a very smart penny stock investor. But yeah, for the most part, yes, I've been a day trader. But have I always been a day trader? No, I haven't. But mainly, yes, I have mainly been a day trader, but not always. Would you suggest someone who doesn't gamble to scalp 5 minis for 2 or 4 points up and down? Yeah, if that works for you. I don't know what you mean by who doesn't gamble. Like if you were defining gamble as somebody that just shows up and randomly does stuff without any rules and without any risk management system, then okay, I'll agree with that definition of gamble. But what I would suggest is you work on a strategy that works for you. So if what you say there works for you, and you can build consistency and you feel comfortable with it, then that's certainly what I would suggest. But only you can answer that question if you mentally feel okay with what you just described there. But yes, as long as you have a risk management protocol in place, that's the key. By the way, for that fear of losing, I stick with small trades. It varies from person to person, but start small, increase. Yeah. You gotta figure. If you're scared in a trade, scared money don't make money. So and the main reason people are scared usually is position sizing. So if you feel very scared in a trade, perhaps consider reducing your position size. I followed you back when you were a penny stock. Oh, then you are, Johnny, you were old. You were old and crusty like I am. It's crazy that a single micro can still get my heart rate up. That is kind of crazy. You might have an ego problem, meaning, well, I don't want to be, if I take a loss in a single micro, then that means I was wrong. So that could be an ego issue. Johnny, 44, yeah, and I'm 41. Like I said, we're old. Are you yelling at somebody right now to get off your lawn? I just got done yelling at some kids. Putting their footprints in my lawn. Punk kids. I picture Johnny right now. He's out on his swing, on his laptop, just watching his lawn, waiting for those kids to show up so he can yell at them. Let the kids enjoy. No, man, I put minutes into watering that lawn. Oh. Does it want to come back down and hit me?
Order filled. Order filled.
Okay. 5 long here. Trying to play this maybe curl back upwards. Blue line is my entry. There we go. Take a little scalp on that one. So here we have an example. I'm either in the next, we'll let hindsight be my judge, but in the next 2 minutes, I'm going to be really either regretting taking that scalp or sitting here saying, yes, I'm glad I scalped because this thing's going to, come back down. So this will be a perfect example. I scalped for, I don't know what I made on that, like $50, something like that. So yeah, we'll give it a couple minutes, and I'm either going to look really smart for scalping, or I'm going to look really stupid. But that just kind of comes with the territory of a live stream and then hindsight. So it is what it is. Hindsight will be my judge. Just watch my garden yelling at the... That's true, or garden, yeah. We all but gardening's such a practical good thing to do. Peace in, then you are just not a civilized person. By the way, Peace in, you do understand that we're just joking about the lawn thing? I actually don't yell at, it's kind of a joke. I'm not quite sure you've made that connect. Maybe you have, and you're just saying that. But I'm not actually serious, and I don't think Johnny is actually serious either. Oh, okay, you do know. Okay, good. Well, I will say that is very kind of you to extend your lawn out. That is actually very nice of you. Sounds like you would be a great neighbor. Every year my lawn gets bigger or smaller, and my garden gets bigger. That's a good investment right there. Yes, I do have a couple kids. But that is very kind of you. So yeah, right now, still unknown. I will say I'm starting to feel a little regret with the scalp. But, so yes, my ego right now wants this to plummet back down. So I don't have a bunch of, well, not that I would. Because like I've said, 97% of the people in the chat are wonderful. But yeah, you always get the 3% that are like, hey, idiot, why'd you scalp? It's like, well, now you call me an idiot after you sit here and waited to see what happened next. Now, if you want, like, as soon as I scalped, if you want to call me an idiot, be like, you should not have scalped because I think it's going to keep going up. And then it keeps going up. It's like, okay, fair enough. Good call. But like to call me an idiot after you sit back and wait to see what happens, that's where it's like, okay. No, Frank, a win is not a win. I think I've done this many times before, but here's the attitude of a win is a win. You can't go broke taking a profit, all that sort of stuff. So there's a win, 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 there's a win. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, so there you go. A win is a win. You can't go broke taking a profit. Green is green, all that nonsense. Why do I call that stuff nonsense? Well, what happens if trade number 10 here is that? Well, yeah, if you're constantly cutting yourself short, not letting the trade ever work for you, if that's all you're doing, because, well, green is green, a win is a win. You can't go broke taking a profit, and that's all you ever do. And then you have that one trade where you break a rule or maybe you get caught in a crazy move, well, you're toasted. So I understand the general idea of it, but some people they use that attitude to cover up some really bad trades. Do you use a stop loss and take profit for quick scalping? If yes, give me an idea. I'm not sure what you mean by idea, but yes, I use stop losses. Sometimes they're mental stops, meaning I don't just throw it out there. I'll just wait. All right, well, yeah, I guess for the people that bought, anybody that would have bought where I did, that candle right there was kind of annoying, but I don't see that knocking them out of the trade. So the non-scalpers that played that, props to you. You have chosen wisely. Did I say non-scalper? I meant non-scalpers. I don't know if that's what I said. Hey, if you're enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. We're actually kind of slacking on likes. I guess we're close to 100, but we got to get this up to 100 sooner than later. So if you have a like that you have not used, I use the likes very, very practically. That's how I measure interest in the live stream. And if people aren't interested, that's fine, but I'll go hang out with my kids or something like that. But if you are interested, if you are finding value, if you're learning, make sure you hit that like button. We got to get this thing up over 100 here sooner than later. How do you buy or sell when the chart is moving so fast? By using the button. Earthbound, I'm kind of confused by you. You're very obsessed with buying and selling. How do you buy and sell? I don't know what to. I'm just not sure what you're actually asking. Like, how do you buy and sell by using the buttons? If the chart's moving very fast, then I guess you have to be ready to click the buttons really fast. I think you need to just do it. Like, stop asking so many questions and just do it, because then you'll see. You'll see. But like, these questions are almost unanswerable because you just have to. The only way to really answer them is through the experience of doing it. So Earthbound, I mean, you've been here for the past couple of days asking millions of questions, which is fine, but at some point, you kind of just got to sort of do it. And when you do it, especially with the questions you've been asking, you're going to be like, oh, okay. Yeah, and Fairchild is agreeing with me. At some point, you just got to go and do it. Again, and I don't say this to be disrespectful, but again, this is the power of Pam's plant. It keeps your risk very, very minimal. But let's just assume the worst case. You go and you do it, and it goes terrible, like worst possible way. The grand total that you've been out, where things go absolutely disastrous. You're out $105. Now, with that $105, I would assume in that situation, you learned some very valuable lessons. You went out there, you did it. You started like, okay. But like and again, I don't say this to be rude, but if $105 is going to wreck your personal life, your personal finances, is going to send you to have to live under a bridge, then right now I'd say put your day trading ambitions to the side and go focus on your personal finances and getting them better. Because $105, again, you are not in a position to day trade or to trade or anything If you look at $105 and be like, man, if I lose that, it's maybe not game over, but it's going to be close to game over for my personal finances. You know, you have other things to focus on, and I can tell you, trading is not the answer for you. Again, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but that's just kind of, it is what it is. Thanks for the video, Clay. You're welcome, Gilberto. $105 if you place. Well, okay. Ken's getting all like, yes, there's the opportunity costs. There's no such thing as free lunch. We get it, Ken. We get it. But what I'm trying to convey is that it's $105. I should try doing comedy. That might get interesting. How much you profit a day with day trade? I don't know, Daniel. That depends on your strategy. Like these results down here are all day trades. There are multiple day trades, but this is all from day trading right down here. And I hear you, Earthbound, but what I'm saying is at this point with the questions you're asking, like the answer is literally you just have to go and do it to experience it. That's going to be your best answer to these sorts of questions is just go and do it. Trading has taught me or shown me that I still need to have work on my impulse control. Yep. Trading will exploit any sort of emotional weaknesses that you have. If you are an angry person, you're probably going to be revenge trading quite a bit. If you are a passive person, probably going to miss out on what would be a lot of great entry points. Who do I bill for my time? And I know, I get it. He's not wrong. Time is money. That's totally fair. But like, in this sort of circumstance, you know, it's complicating the picture more than it needs to be. Having multiple prop firms is so helpful in situations where you can switch to other account if you want. If you lost money on one account, another way you can take the setup on. Yeah, Alan. Yep. There's pros and cons, everything for sure. But that would definitely be a benefit. Labrador, if you draw a trend line, all right. Start with an account that you can miss. I think I'd agree with that. Martin, Robert, what do gray horizontal bars, though that's a volume profile. They are called the volume profile. All right. Well, again, another fake break to the upside here. So, but again, I think he's still here. Daniel. So like Daniel, on that day trade that I made, I bought, I think right here-ish. So had I not scalped, let's do the math right here. 1 candle, 2 candle, 3 candle, 4 candle, 5 candle. So that was 5 candles. Each of these candles represents 2 minutes. That was 10 minutes. That could have been a very, 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 very solid trade, depending on your position size. Because that was what, I don't know, about a 25-point move, give or take, maybe a little bit more. 25 points, that's actually really solid. And that all happened in 10 minutes. So yes, you have a faulty premise, Daniel, or anybody that's like, well, I can't day trade because I don't have enough time. No, that's the whole point of trading or day trading, especially futures. Because futures, I mean, not to mention they're open pretty much around the clock anyways, but with futures, they move nicely and they move nicely enough where you don't need a whole bunch of time to put some profit in your pocket. Wow, that's quite the recovery. Is this a short up here again? What time is it? No, it wasn't news or anything. That's quite the move. So right here, Daniel. And again, I'm self-admittedly, I'm now cherry picking with hindsight, but for example's sake, had you bought right there, Daniel, at 55, that just went up as high as 85. So that was a 30-point move in 2 minutes. 2 minutes, a 30-point move. So if you had, I don't know. So if you had, we'll just, if you had one NQ, so all this would take is $105. If you had one NQ and every point is $20, and that we just made 30 times 30. So that was $600 right there. That could have been made in 2 minutes. Again, I am cherry picking hindsight trading, but for the premise of what I'm trying to explain about how you don't need a whole bunch of time, like Daniel thinks, right there is a good example of that.
Order filled.
Okay, we'll see if it does want to get rejected back down like it's done in the past.
Order filled. Order filled.
Took out a couple.
Order filled.
So we'll go with 2 now. Let's make sure this is a winning trade. So stop is slightly in the green. I'm just going to bring down my stop as it goes in my favor. There we go. Bring it down some more. So this will be a winning trade no matter what. There we go. Bring it down some more. I'm going to just follow it down. Come on. Keep coming down. And stopped out there. And now I am back in the green. So there we go. So I had 5. And then as it came into my favor, I slowly scaled out. And I took 3 off the table, left me with 2, and then with the final 2, I threw in the stop loss, and I was just going to follow it down with the final 2. No, that's not the same that you're doing right now, Daniel. You're not day trading right now. You're literally swing trading. Hey, we're up over 100 likes. Thank you very much. That's good motivation to keep this moving. So if you are new, it's great to have you. And I'm a streamer. I base off the energy, the interest of the crowd, and I base that interest on the like button. So I've had many 4-hour streams now, and I'm willing to go up to 4 hours. Maybe I'll work up to 5 hours some point. But I keep moving. I keep going based on if people are interested in enjoying, and I base that off the like button. So if you are new and you have not yet hit that like, make sure you do that. That is a statistic that I use in a very, very real sense. I don't know. Do I go short up here again? I'm going to hold off. We'll see if we can get a little bit more congestion, but because my stop would have been up above here. Yep. All right. I'm glad I did not go short. That'd be a losing trade now. Well, I'd be a little bit more. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. That'd be a losing trade. I was gonna say, well, I'd probably give myself a little bit more wiggle room, but even with a little bit more wiggle room, it would have still taken me out. So I'm glad I did not get short on that one. Do the commissions that Take Profit Trader show in realized P&L, or is it? No, this is not factoring in commissions. What software am I using? What? Oh, okay, good. At least 2 people asking the same. What terminal or broker are you trading on? Okay, so for Arab and binary options, what I'm doing is this. It's twofold. Step number 1 is, well, I'll just go through. I'm doing Pam's plant. So I'm day trading futures through a prop firm. And that's what Pam's plant is telling us, why the best strategy for day traders is day trading futures through a prop firm. The prop firm that I'm using is Take Profit Trader. The link is at the top, all that. Use code CLAY if you want to support the channel and get the discount, which is 30%. But the point is, as far as the platform and everything that I'm using, is step 1 to that would be you would come to Take Profit Trader, select the purchasing power that you want. After you select that, the next phase of the checkout process is they're going to ask you what platform do you want to use. I'm using Tradeovate. That is what you see. The key thing here is you do not need to go to Tradeovate separately and create an account. Take Profit Trader, the prop firm, does all that for you. So nice headache savings. You get to, skip that step. They will create the account for you, and then they will send you the login information, and then you go to Tradeovate and you just use the log information. You log right in, and then you get to what we see right, what you see right here. So I am using Take Profit Trader as my prop firm, and then through the prop firm, I'm using Tradovate, which is what you see right here. Hey, good to see you, Ken. Charles, no, I do not recommend them. I'm not a fan, and I deleted that message out, well, because I'm not a fan, and I'm not trying to overwhelm people with 800 different prop firms. The goal of the live stream, as I explained earlier, is to get people into Pam's plant, and the quickest way to make that not smooth is to overwhelm, and the quickest way to overwhelm is to throw 18 different prop firms at somebody. But Take Profit Trader, I believe, is the best prop firm out there, and they're certainly beginner friendly. And given that I think most people here are probably beginners to Pam's plant, given that is the goal, I'm trying to sucker in people into the live stream that day trade options or stocks or crypto or forex, so I can say, hey, there's a better way, FYI, and I can prove that it's a better way through math. Is there a data fee too? No. Well, there is, but you pay for it right here. So like when you select the account that you want, so I don't know, let's just say you want to do the 100,000 purchasing power. This fee right here includes the data. And this is per month, but this is only during the test phase. Once you pass the test and you go from test to the pro, then there is no more monthly fee. That's why I say now the rule is you can take as long as you want for the test. You can take as long as you want. But I say get it done within a month so that you don't have to pay this again. You may be saying, well, Clay, you have to make $6,000 to pass? I assure you, with this sort of size and in combination, that sort of size, meaning, the position size, and with the way things move, 6,000 in a month is actually very realistic. But again, you don't have to do the 100,000 if you're like, no, I'd like to start smaller than that. Then that's totally fine too. You could go, to the 25, and now the goal would be to make $1,500. But again, there's rules that you're not allowed to lose $1,500, so you gotta manage that risk. Whoa! I'm definitely glad I did not get short there. So that was the last time. So that one, I feel very good about how I played that, right? If I wanted more, that would have been a totally losing trade. But as we saw earlier, wait, what? I started my swing trade in 21,220. 21,220 was back here. So no, yeah. I'm not sure how you just started it right now by getting in right there. How does trading futures work in regards to what? Arav? What do you trade right now, Arav? Wow, what a move. What a move. This white line represents the highs of the day. So we are now approaching the highs of the day. Oh yeah, I didn't even see that. I guess we could be looking at a cup and handle. So here's the cup. Are we going to get some sort of pullback here? And then buy the break of the handle to the upside. But yeah, I'd agree. We do have a cup here. Good eye. Who is that? Relax or do? Yeah, good eye. Relax. Good eye. You can do whatever you want, Lobber, but when you start telling me to draw trend lines and all that sort of stuff, that's too distracting, because now I got to go try to look at things and do all this sort of stuff. And, but yeah, that's what, you can still tell me to do it, but I'm just telling you that odds are I'm probably not going to go and start to figure out exactly what you're talking about and draw the trend line. Like that's a little bit too much, but yeah, you can by all means map out levels. I'm sure there's people in here watching and observing those. And there might be other people that are drawing those trend lines. I got my account deactivated yesterday for breaking rules in the sim. I thought, I'm not sure what you're referring to, Dennis. You mean your prop firm account? Well, it's a sim, Dennis, but there's still rules. Like it's a simulated environment, but there are still rules. I'm kind of shocked by that, Dennis, because I know you're not new here. Surely you've heard me talk about these rules and stuff and all this stuff before. Like, I mean, it tells you right here too. What, like, Dennis, I mean, again, I know for sure you've probably seen this page a million times now. But like right here, it's telling you the rules of the test phase. You were in the test phase. And it's telling you within the test phase, because it is a test, they want to see, can you make 1,500? But they want you to manage risk. They don't want you to lose 1,500. If you're doing, the 100 one, they can you make 6,000? But they don't want you losing any more than 3. And again, to the point, this is all happening in a simulated environment. Because, again, from a business model perspective, I understand if you're looking at this and saying, what a scam. This is a scam business model. How can they only charge you $231, but then they're going to let you lose $3,000 of their money? Because this is all occurring in a simulated environment. But just because it's a simulated environment doesn't mean you get to go and do whatever you want. No, these are the rules to pass the test. Well, I know I didn't take it that it's hating on you. I'm just not sure what made you think that you could go and kind of not break rules. That's what I'm a little confused on. Like where did that thought come from? I'm up $500 on my pro account. There we go, Ahmed. Good job. Yeah, I've done a couple of those Labradabber. I can't say I've done it really recently. I think it was probably before you showed up. But yeah, I've done that a couple times. Is there a place to learn the platform? I guess what exactly do you not know how to do? I couldn't figure out how to close positions. Yeah, close positions, that gray button up there. Wow, quite the pullback here. Is this a Bible pullback? Well, you might want to reach out to Tradovate then. I mean, if you truly genuinely hit it and you didn't miss, then you might want to drop them. Well, no, Dennis, your problem is not learning the platform, because if that's what you did, then you did it the right way. So there's nothing for you to learn. So there's one of two possibilities. Either you truly did hit it, and for some reason the button just didn't work, or you thought you hit it and you actually didn't hit it. So those are the two possibilities. But you going and practicing how to use the platform is not going to help you at all, because you pressed the button that you should have pressed. So if you're like confident that you hit that button, then drop Tradovate an email. Be like, hey, I pressed this button and it didn't work. So yes, you going and practicing the platform is not going to accomplish anything, because yeah, you don't need to learn the platform, because you press the button you're supposed to press, or you said that you pressed the button that you should have pressed. So yes, assuming you're 100% positive, no, I definitely pressed that button, then I would definitely send Tradovate a email. Well, no, he would get filled, Ken, because if he's exiting, that just turned into a market order. Good job, Chili, what that is. Congrats. All right. I'm thinking I might want to buy at that green line right there. If it wants to come back up. Okay, I'm in.
Order filled.
Out there for a little bit of a scalp. Same thing happened to me. Try to evade and no help. Yeah, the button not working here is definitely not going to be your prop firm. Regardless of whoever your prop firm is, that's not on the prop firm. This is the platform. That would be a Tradovate issue for sure. That is kind of sketchy, though, that Tradovate would say to talk to your prop firm. Like, what in the world does the prop firm have to do with whether or not that button works? So that's a bit sketchy. But unfortunately, platforms do have issues. I used to use Lightspeed, which was considered the cream of the crop, or at least it used to be considered the cream of the crop. And yeah, even that one had issues from time to time. Unfortunately, that kind of just is almost in some senses a cost of doing business. Platform issues. People who use Thinkorswim, they know exactly what I mean. That's like definitely a bigger cost of business. Hey, good morning, DJ. Binary. I'm addicted. Have you signed up for the prop firm yet? Binary options? Come on, binary options. Let's go. Well, so in this situation, I'm glad I scalped because that would have been a losing trade had I wanted more. Because it would have come down and stopped me out and probably made it a very frustrating stop. I might have still been able to survive. It's still interesting, though, from a long's perspective here. Looking over the... So in my head, when I am looking over there, that's because that's where I have other charts and stuff. So sometimes when I'm talking and... Because I'm watching mainly this chart right here. The 5 minute. Buy 257, stop 250. All right, I like it. I like it. That's how you do a credible alert. It'd be better if you had the target too, but at least the entry and the stop loss has been included. And notice, for those of you in the chat, that he has said all this before the price gets down to that level. So that's where the max credible alert comes from. Because even if he's wrong or anybody's wrong, I have nothing but respect. If you're willing to put your neck out there and tell us the entry point and the stop and the target before the price gets to any of those levels, and you happen to be wrong and you get stopped out, I will not make fun of you. Nobody here will make fun of you. If they do, they'll be banned because you know what? At least you had the courage to throw out your trade plan and not do some sort of armchair hindsight trade plan. Yep, we're ready for today's joke. DJ Magic, let's hear it. Better be a good one. No worry, I'll ask no big questions. Well played, Mega Musketeer. I wish I could have understood what you're trying to get at. I still don't know. Maybe pathetic on my part. I don't know, but I even was thinking about that randomly last night. Like, what was he at? But I still don't know. But yes, please no brain twisters like that one. It's going back up soon. My swinger brain says, yeah, okay, yeah. So that's what we would call, Daniel, broad statement trading. Nobody's impressed by that. It's going back up soon. What does that even mean? How are you defining soon? But that's why if you define your entry point, your stop loss, and your target before the price gets to any of those levels, then you don't have to define anything else. Because we have your numbers and it is what it is. But yeah, going back up soon means absolutely nothing. That's broad statement trading. Ain't nobody impressed by that, brother. Do I get to tell another joke too? I mean, I guess. Why don't eggs tell each other secrets? Because they're something about cracking. Because they'll crack under the pressure? I don't know. Oh, they might crack me, yeah. I don't know. Why? Because they might crack up. I think I got that one right. Because they might crack under the pressure. So I'll give myself partial credit. But you're better than that. That was pretty terrible. Yesterday's was pretty good. This one was, you can do better than that, DJ Magic. So come back tomorrow prepared with a better one. 3 days left on MNQ. How do you switch ticker? They'll tell you when, Zerbad. Like Tradeovate will be like, hey, the newer contract is getting more volume. That's when I would say to change, when the other contract's getting more volume. Are we short? No, I am nothing, Gilberto. No, Daniel, see, again, that's Daniel, we need 3 numbers from you. If you want any credibility, we need your entry point, your stop loss, and your target. And we need those numbers before the price hits any of those. That is the most credible, call you could make. The most credible prediction you can make. But anything else is it's going to go up soon. Like, yeah, that doesn't mean anything, right? You leave yourself too many opportunities, because if it doesn't go up within 3 minutes, you're like, no, I said soon. Then it doesn't go up for 20 minutes. Okay, so it doesn't go up. No, I said soon. And then it's like, well, my definition of soon is within the next 5 hours. It's like, wait, okay, I guess. But that's why we're trying to avoid the broad statements. I don't doubt that it'll go back up, but we are closer to yesterday's low than anything back up, so I wouldn't be surprised. Well, yeah, I agree. That's kind of the point, though. It's like, hey, Tom, good to see you. Good day, friends. You feeling? I am. Yes, I am definitely feeling better. And I didn't even have to take an ibuprofen before today's. Still not totally back to 100, but certainly feeling better. Thanks for asking. All right. Oh, boy. Now Nathan's asking jokes. DJ Magic, I may need to put the end of the jokes. I'm not quite sure that I'm cut out to have 15 dad jokes thrown at me every live stream. I don't know if I'm quite made for that. Just not quite sure that's going to be my wheelhouse. Okay. Well, that doesn't make any sense for you to be waiting for it to go back up. You need it to first come down to fill you right there. So you would not be waiting for it to go back up. You want it to come back down so you can get filled there, Daniel. You can have up to 5 take profit accounts. And then you can copy trade them too, which is another nice thing about Pam's plant, which is nuclear explosion growth and copy trading. So if you're not familiar with that, is with Take Profit Trader, you can have up to 5 accounts, and then you can copy trade. So meaning, let's say you make one trade, and on that one trade you make $500. Well, if you copy that trade to the 4 other accounts, you actually made that one trade for $500 5 times. So in all actuality, you just made $2,500. Even though you only made one trade for $500, by copying it to those other ones, you now all of a sudden you're up $2,500. Now, of course, the flip side is true. If you do something really stupid, and then you copy that trade to the 4 other accounts, well, you did something really stupid in those 4 other accounts. So it is give and take. But yeah, if you are in a groove and you got a strategy, then yes, you can grow very, very explosively. So that is something else that prop firms offer to you, is the ability to copy trade. And again, with Take Profit Trader, which is the prop firm I'm using and recommending, you can have up to 5 of those accounts. Whoa, there's quite the pullback here. I'm going to keep an eye on this. No, I'm doing one at a time. I like that idea. I'm not sure what idea that is. One, same Gilberto, I'm short. Gilberto, come on, man. Nobody's impressed by that, Gilberto. Why are we not impressed? Because you're telling us all this in hindsight. Why didn't you tell us earlier where your entry was, where your stop was, and where your target was before the price got to those levels? So for your next trade, Gilberto, let's aim to do that. Make that your goal. Happy days. We'll buy no stop loss. Okay. Well, happy days. We thank you for just being transparent. We know that you're just not actually a serious trader, but thank you for just being straight up about that. What entries, long short, are you waiting for, Clay? I don't know. I don't know yet, Jose. I can't really say that I see anything that really stands out to me right now. Yeah, no reason. I'm in no rush. I guess that's a bit. In my mind, it seems like copy trading is more of an advanced thing. And I still consider myself relatively new to the prop firm world. And I'm just in epic. I'm in an epically not rush. I have no rush. I'm in no rush. To be fair, maybe it's the dumbest thing ever that I'm not copy trading. That's a total possibility. But for me, I'm just not in a rush. Yeah, good retraction there, Daniel. I read it because that, again, Daniel, what you said is you said your entry point is down here. You're not even in the trade yet. But again, to be fair, that's why we like this stuff mapped out beforehand. That way we know exactly where people stand. Daniel is a guy that's Daniel's from Sweden. Guitars and Adam. Support level at 21,240. Wait to see if it bounces. So, what's your trade plan looking like, Guitars and Adam? Like, where are you looking to enter? And then where would your stop loss be? No hurry, no worry. Oh, I like that. So right now, this is the overnight high. Yeah, it's got it. Yeah. So this is the overnight high. So right now, that's right where it bounced off of. If it wants to consolidate out a little bit more, maybe interested in a long. Two 228, 21. Oh, 228. What do you mean you're in from there? It hasn't even hit that. You're not in from 228. It hasn't gone down there yet. Right, Daniel, but because we forced you to hold yourself accountable, you're just illustrating. You're right, it did go back up, but the problem for you is you never got in because you said your entry point was down here. You said that's where you're looking to enter. And fair enough. But that illustrates the point of why I like to hold people accountable is because you can be right from a general standpoint, but unless you get the details right, such as your entry point, well then you're still not in. I would consider myself, I guess I would consider myself a day trader. Yeah. I'm just here watching. I'm done trading until this market picks a direction. Took me 5. What are you doing, Jaywa? What in the world? Okay, that must be some. So Jaywa, be honest. Did you take a trade that was supposed to be a day trade, and then you refused to take a loss, so then it turned into a swing trade, and then you refused to take a loss, so then it turned into an investment, and now 5 months later you just got to break even? Is that what happened, Jaywa? Be honest. Most of us have been there. A day trade turns into a swing trade, which turns into an investment. Because nobody wants to honor a stop loss. That sounds like I might be barking up the right tree. No, Daniel, you're not in. You said you were going to get in at 220. Nope, 950 in the pro account. Hey, good job, Ruthless. Fantastic. NQ. This down here is the NQ. This one right here is the MNQ. I have a question. I just started using previous day low high. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. You'll have to run some experimenting, see what that looks like. What are the steps to starting? No, Daniel, nobody believes that. That doesn't count. You don't get to tell us where you bought in hindsight. Because watch how easy it is to play that game. So let's say you're live streaming, Daniel, and then I show up and say, let's see, what is this low right here? But whatever that low is, let's say I show up on your live stream like, been long since that point. Right? Like, nobody believes that. No, you wouldn't believe that. You shouldn't. And everyone in the chat would just laugh like, sure you were. Which again is why here, tell us your entry point, your stop, and your target before the price gets to any of those levels. Then there you go. That's the credible alert. Yeah, see, yeah, here, whatever. He did the same thing, man. You guys are killing it. Jorge, the steps to starting. The steps to starting, are you wanting to day trade, Jorge? You just got to give it your try. You got to see how, again, if you're asking, do I have like statistics of like how often does it bounce? I have none of that data. I don't have any of that data. So all I can say is experiment with it and see what you think. Daniel, just, okay, cool. All we're saying is on the next one, you got to tell us the stuff beforehand. But nobody is impressed when you show up and say, I've been long since here. Or like, again, it's me like showing up on your live stream and then all of a sudden type in the chat room, yeah, I've been short since there. I was like, oh, I mean, maybe, but what would be more credible is this, is if when the price was right there, I said, I'm going to get short right here. I'm going to put my stop right here, and my target is right here. So if I had said all those things when the price was still there, chef's kiss of an alert. That's where credibility comes from right there. But to show up in hindsight and tell us all this stuff, it's like, okay. Do you have a level on SPY? I'm not sure what you mean by that. And this is not the SPY. We're trading futures here. I hope you're not trading SPY. NBA Youngboy, are you trading SPY? I may have I think I could teach you something that it's going to be way more beneficial for you. I am. All right. Are you trading SPY straight up or are you trading like SPY options? And in what way are you trading? Are you day trading? Day trading. Okay. Oh, and options? Oh, oh. All right, NBA young boy. I have a better thing for you to do. That's okay though. I don't recognize the name. You must be new here. So very quickly, why is day trading options just ridiculous? Why is it literally the epitome of working harder, not smarter? Well, when you buy an option, and I know many of you have seen this before, but it's very important. I think we're helping somebody out. We're helping somebody out of a bad situation. But when you buy an option, the straightforward way to make money is, well, you buy it, you want it to go up. So, of course, you make money. The other obvious way, you buy it, it goes down. So, yes, you lose money. What about if it goes sideways? Well, in the world of options, you would think, or just in the world of normalcy, you would think, well, that's neutral. Doesn't go up, doesn't go down. But in options, you also lose money. So think about it. Anything you buy in the world has three things it could do. It could go up in value, it could go down, or it could stay the same. But in options, going sideways actually loses you money. So quite literally, two of the three things that can happen cause you to lose money. So in other words, you have a 67% chance of losing money every time you buy an option. Now, if you say, well, Clay, I make money day trading options. That's amazing. That's amazing. But my question would be, what happens if this didn't exist? Because theta is what's causing you to lose money if price go down sideways. What happens if that didn't exist? How much money would you make? And that's what futures allows you to do, because futures are contracts, but these contracts do not have theta. So why, oh why, would you choose to put yourself in a situation where literally you have a 67% chance of losing money when you have the opportunity to do something that does not have theta? So again, if you are a day trader of options, mathematically provable, as I just showed, you are working way harder than you actually need to. So NBA Youngboy, you're already 97% of the way there to trading futures. Because NBA Youngboy, are you using charts to day trade? Are you using charts to day trade your SPY? Are you using charts? Okay, cool. So what's like one of your favorite patterns that you like to use while you're trading SPY and technical worlds? Like, or just like, do you have a pattern that you really like? See, it's really respecting that area right there. So I'm thinking about a potential long. Okay, I got to delete that out because I cannot stand that term. No, I'm not a cult member. Why again? See what I mean? Why are people asking if I trade gold? Am I missing something? Is like futures gold is futures day trading of gold? Is gold something really good to day trade with? Okay, Gilberto. Well, we need what would your stop loss be? If the purple line crosses up, I'm going long. Okay, so what would that entry point be and where would your stop be, Gilberto? Let's get those numbers out here before you get in. No, in fact, I'm just saying that you're not the first person to ask about gold, which is why it's kind of shocking to me because apparently you're interested in trading gold. But I don't understand why are so many people interested in trading gold? Like, am I missing something? Okay, Gilberto, you're what we call a broad statement trader. Like, we need actual numbers. So, like, what actually is your trade plan? You have not given us any numbers. Can you give me some good advice on this stock, HCTI? My good advice on that would be, why are you wasting your time trading such a garbage stock such as HCTI? Honest question. Really? Some people like how gold moves? I've heard gold is very choppy, very just sketchy. Where did my buddy go? I was trying to help him out. Where did NBA Youngboy go? He just disappeared. Man. Gold is choppy and slow. That's what I thought, DJ Magic. Yeah, Paradigm. That's what I thought too. Like, it was just very kind of just very jumpy, very kind of just choppy chop. I never knew futures was like options. No, futures is not like options. From a day trading standpoint, futures is a million times better than options because there's no theta. Selling options is a great strategy. Well, I'm not making an argument against doing that. Pam's plant is in the category of day trading. But yes, if we're in the category of swing trading or the category of investing, I have nothing against options. You can do some very cool things. But in the category of day trading, options are pure and utter garbage. I don't like it. Some do. But that's kind of what I'm getting at, Joe. Is like, why would some people prefer gold futures day trading when you have like NQ or ES? That's my main. Like, I understand that some people like prefer it, but like, why? Like, why would you prefer gold when you have things like NQ and ES that move so much smoother and better? So I think that's kind of what I'm asking. Is like, if you hear and you trade gold futures, like, why? What is it that attracts you to it when you have things such as NQ or ES? So I don't know if Fax is still here, but yeah, like Fax, question to you, like, why exactly, what do you like about gold compared to like NQ or ES? What about low capital for NQ? Okay, so now I'm thinking like, are you using your own money, Fax, to trade futures? Is that what you're doing? Because you should not be worried about capital at all unless you're using your own money. So that comment makes me think that you are using your own money to trade futures. Futures is like options as far as like, yeah. I want to push back there, Johnny. You can get good leverage. Real money for sure. Well, that's that is very unwise. Have you ever heard of a prop firm, Fax? Yeah, exactly, gaming. I'll look into futures then. Contracts and leverage without theta decay. Sounds enticing. It does. Okay, why are you not using a prop firm then? Why are you risking all of your capital? Why are you putting all your capital at risk? Doesn't that seem a little not risk? Doesn't seem like there would be better ways to manage your risk if you can protect yourself rather than having to risk all your own money? Uh, Timotheus. Well, do you use charts right now, Timotheus? Like, if you're trading something other than futures, are you currently using charts within your decision-making process for whatever that is that you're trading? We'll see if we can get some sort of bounce here. Well, what I'm getting at now, Fax, is you are to trade futures with your own money is a very unwise thing to do because, as I'm sure you're aware, futures can move very quickly. So I'm curious, why don't you use a prop firm? You say you're aware of them, so why don't you use a prop firm? Especially if you already trade futures, you know how crazy futures can get and how one bad mistake or one rule break, you can be just absolutely crushed. So I'm curious why you would choose to do that. Potentially interested in a long down around here. I'm not a smart man, so I got to keep it pretty simple. But the last time the price was down around here and here, some buyers were hanging around. Now, are these buyers still going to be hanging around? Nobody knows that. But there were buyers down there previously. So I may have to take a trade to see if these buyers are still down there or not. Yeah, so I'm asking you a question, Fax. Like, why do you choose to trade your own capital versus using a prop firm? Again, we'll see if it wants to come down here some more. That'd be where I'd look to potentially get long. Down around that area. I think you need to refresh the stream, Gilberto. We are definitely over 100 likes. I'm thinking the same. Might join for a buy at 219. Where's 219 at? Oh, you'd be up higher than I would, but okay. We'll see if this wants to come on down. Exactly. Robert P gets it. Get a prop firm for $100, yeah, before you lose 2,000 in real money. Yeah, exactly. And Robert, it sounds like maybe you have some experience with that. If so, no judgments. But yes, you can lose $2,000 in futures pretty quick. Now, to be fair, you can also make $2,000 in futures pretty quick. But as traders, we've always got to be focused on risk management first. So knowing the fact that you could lose $2,000 pretty quick, I think I'd much rather just lose a prop firm account, which means I basically lost $100 or so, versus literally losing 2,000. What country are you in, Fax? Man, that's super disappointing. I was trying to help out that NBA kid and he just disappeared. Amazing. Bouncing back up. In hindsight, now it's like, why are you being so greedy? Wanting it to come all the way down there, but like, why would I buy? Okay, I guess cherry picking. I suppose I could have been like, well, look, there are some buyers that stepped in right there, so that's where you should have bought. Okay, fair enough, I guess. Using hindsight as the judge, but that's why hindsight trading is pretty easy. I don't know. Maybe look for so we do have a lower high here. So is this the early indicator that we are now moving into more of an overall downtrend? I just opened an account with Take Profit. All right. Well, hopefully you use code Clay. I'm not doing good in these choppy markets right now. I'm learning so much more than, of course, I would have. I disagree with that, Robert. And yes, I'm biased because I do happen to sell a course. But yeah, I disagree with that logic. You don't know what you're learning. For all you know, Robert, right now you're building so many bad habits. You may think you're learning, and I'm not saying you aren't learning, but are you learning the right things is the question. But when you're new and you don't know what you don't know, part of that is not knowing if you're even learning the right lessons. So yeah, I disagree with that. I'm so glad I didn't buy a course. I'm learning so much blowing up all these accounts. Are you? Are you sure you're learning the lessons you should be learning? And through my experience, more than times, no. You are learning a lesson. I'm not saying you're not learning, but more times than not, you're not learning the right thing. Hey, thanks, Lil Wiz. Dennis, I'm using the desktop platform. All right, I'm looking. I'm waiting for a potential buy here. Trying to catch a falling knife to an extent, but... Oh, really? So this area is now down below these moving averages, huh? Then so be it. All right, haven't ordered a buy at that green line there. Well, the best way to overcome bad habits is to know the way you should properly be behaving. Without knowing how to properly behave, then you're never going to break any bad habits, because a bad habit, by definition, is poor behavior relative to the right way to go about it. But an only way to know if you have a bad habit or how to break the bad habit is to know the proper way to go about it. All right, happy trades are degen, our resident degen, who doesn't use a stop loss. Again, to their credit, at least they just sat out flat. Hey, look, I'm not here to be serious. I don't use stop losses. Fair enough. At least they gave us that information up front. Do you know what you're doing wrong, Relax Ardu? Or do you think you know what you're doing wrong? There's a difference. I've lost count of the amount of times where people, oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. And I'm like, yeah, what's that? And I'm like, no, that's actually the right thing to do. So many people. Mitchell, I can picture Mitchell saying that as he's eating his. I used to watch your videos back in the day. Yeah, welcome Mitchell. It's good to have you, bro. And then it bounces right off VWAP. You dirty rat. All right, I'll cancel that out. I guess in hindsight, I got too greedy, wanting for it to come down to these lows right here. But this one just happened to bounce right off VWAP. Well, it's great to have you, Mitchell. I'm glad you discovered that I am now live streaming. That's right, Pat. Don't trade with emotion. That's right. Pat, how's your stock doing? I can never remember the ticker symbol, but the one that you have inside information on. Has it gone up yet? Didn't you have t-shirts that said that? We've done several variations of t-shirts. We had one that said don't drink the red stuff. One, I love risk management. Yeah, one was just trade without emotion. What other versions? Yeah, we've probably done like, I don't know, 5 or 6 t-shirt versions over the years. Yeah, Mitchell, I don't scalp stocks anymore. I discovered that day trading stocks and options is a waste. That I was working harder, not smarter. And there it goes. Fate, it's going up. We got to check on Fate. Well, of course it's going up, man. You're the Willy Wonka of stock investing. Oh man, yeah, this thing is going way up. Just remember me one day, Pat. What's the right column ticker called? Huh? This over here? This? That's called the DOM. DOM, which stands for depth of market. I don't use it. I just know some people do use it and like to keep their eye on it, so I keep it on for that. But I do not use it. So we have a little bit bear flag right here. What's problem is if you're shorting the breakdown of the flag, got to be careful for that pink line, because that pink line, is that going to be the area that all of a sudden shows in as a support and then creates a bounce? Now, if it can get clear down through the pink line, does some more downside pressure show up? Excuse me, maybe. Man, I cannot wait until the sickness is just gone officially. Saying that my email was confirmed. What do you mean that? I don't know, did you check your spam folder? Maybe one of their emails went to your spam? I'm thinking, do I get long here? Is this like a fake breakdown?
Order rejected.
Order rejected. Oh, maybe because I was getting pretty interested here. That'd be about a 10 point. What time does this stream start? 7 a or not 11 a.m. Eastern. Usually I'm here a little early than that, but yeah, 11 a.m. Eastern is like the official start time. Hey, if you're enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. We got to get this thing up to 150 likes here sooner than later. I'm not going to say within the next 10 minutes. Next 10 minutes puts us at 2.5 hours. But if you're enjoying and you want the stream to continue on, I'll keep it going. I'll go up to 4 hours, maybe even longer. But I got to make sure people are remaining interested. So I gauge interest via that like button. So if you are enjoying and you want to ensure that the stream continues, make sure you hit that like button. And let's, like I said, let's try to get this up to 150 likes here. No, I don't really trade pre-market much. I like the open. It's at a bottom trend line on the 2000 tick chart. Yeah, I'm watching for a potential long here. Wouldn't mind seeing it come down a little bit more. DJ, you got in at 219, right? Where's your stop loss at? I don't know if you ever gave us that number or not. So just kind of putzing around here. Thinking about going long, but maybe I'm getting too picky with my entry. If I did that, 17, that's about a 17-point risk. Need to when Fairchild, when did you create that account? Did that happen to be yesterday? Where's okay, still just hovering. Okay, yesterday I just my contact I have there. I'll just read you. Let's see. I show you the email, but it's got a couple other people's emails in it, so I don't want to expose that. Clay, thank you. We are still in the process of training a few people, but most are already up to speed. Yesterday we had an issue with account resets and new account creations, which resulted in support being overloaded again. So that explains probably why you're kind of just on the tail end of them, probably still being a little overwhelmed. Yeah. No wonder two of my... Yeah, yep, that's why they... I think it would probably... I'll probably suggest, hey, next time that happens, just let people know. Just send out a group thing and let people know. I'm going to definitely suggest that. Yes, okay, all right. Cool, that person is okay. All right. Yeah, I will, when the live stream's over, I'll make sure to just be like, hey, next time this happens, like, okay, he's been... Whoops, let me do this real quick. I gotta put a message in the private community here. All right. All right, all right, all right. Okay, I'm kind of liking this. Ooh, or do I wait until the... So what I'm debating right now is, should I wait until the 200 period here on the 5 minute to try a buy? Or am I just getting too greedy?
Order filled.
Okay, in. Uh-oh. Come on. Can we get a bounce? What's up with this tight little range here? Come on. Come on. Wondering if I should add in a little bit more, because I do have that stop. I could use a 200 period stop as my stop on the 5 minute. Clay, 90% of traders are still losing money. That's what's crazy. No, JY, you never... It sounds to me like you just don't know what you're doing. And I say that because what took you 5 months to break even? Did you make a trade and then you just didn't have any risk management, so you just held and held and held until you got back to break even? Like, you need to explain this. It took me 5 months to get back to break even. Like, what did that even mean? What took you 5 months? Like, a position you had? Sounds good, Robert P. Come on, push. Push. So I have my hard stop in there now. So this thing's either going to give me a nice little bounce, or it's going to come down and stop me out. Again, I could have had a green little scalp there, but I chose not to scalp. Wanted to see if we could get more of a bounce. But right now, I'll be honest, I'm wishing I would have just scalped, as my position did go in the green for a bit. Yeah, they're working on it, Nero. They're working on it. Self-inflicted wound, it sounds like. But I understand, as somebody that runs a website, sometimes things outside of your power go wrong, and it's just like, oh, great. All right. Does this want to bounce? Again, my blue line is the entry. Come on. Again, I know that I know that I was in the green for a bit, but I want to see if it can get up through VWAP. Come on.
Order filled.
Took one out there just in case it gets rejected back down. At least my stop loss here is only for... Come on.
Order filled. Order filled.
All right, I don't have a whole lot. I really don't know what's going to happen. So I have 2 left. I'm just going to put my stop right up here. So basically break even because this thing's either going to cut. All right. So that was still a winning trade, but yeah, just couldn't break through VWAP. Glad I played it how I did. There we go. It was hesitating too much, so I reduced position size and then moved my final 2 up. Because I could have been wrong. Maybe I should not have been fearful, and maybe this thing was getting ready to explode. And if it did do that, well, hey, I would have still have reaped the benefits from that with 2 contracts left. But I did want to reduce my risk from 5 down to 2 because, as you saw, it was hesitating too much, and then just like that, down it went. So, had to kind of manage that one. How are we still not at 150 likes? Come on, people. Hit that like button. We may be calling this one early. People are just not interested today, which, I don't know. Thursday? Maybe people on Thursdays aren't going to be as interested in all this. But if you are interested and if you want the stream to keep going, hit that like button. It's a very practical data point for me to use. I know some people are like, it's more like a vanity metric. Totally not vanity. I'm using that as a hardcore data point to see, are people interested? Should I still be using my time to do this? So if in any way, shape, or form you're enjoying, hit that like button. Definitely a very, very, like I said, a practical data point. I have a futures account, but after 15 trades, I was at a small loss, so I quit using real money, and I'm simple. Yeah, that's a good move, Robert. Yep. Oh, that was tricky, because that move would it have stopped me out? I don't know. Because I know my stop was slightly below the low right there. So I guess to be fair, maybe I would have survived that pullback, but I don't know. Oh, that was rough. Came all the way down here and then back up it went. I'm still perfectly happy with how I played it, but yeah, that was kind of a tricky move. Hey, G3 Hopewell, good to see you. Or I don't know if you've ever been here before, but hey, what's up? Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. Just trying to survive. Jay Wah, are you still here? I'm still seeking a clarification on your earlier comment where after 5 months, you're finally break even. Could you give me a little bit more clarification? I took that as you were in a position for 5 months and it finally just got back to bringing you to break even. But that could have been the wrong interpretation. What did you mean by that, good sir? What a bounce. Will? Okay, Daniel, this is your final warning. You're on the edge of getting banned because I'm pretty sure you've just moved into troll mode. I am a fallible human being though, so sometimes I make mistakes. So that's why I'll just throw out the warning. But you've heard the explanation on why that comment would just not be taken seriously, yet you still made it, which makes me think that you're trolling. So either do what we requested you to do, or it's going to be adios, muchacho. No soup for you. For anybody that's maybe new, we just appreciate defined, well-defined comments. So if you want to make a comment about the market or whatever, that's cool, but like make it more applicable. How are you going to make money from it? And the best way to do that is give us an entry point, your stop loss, and your target before the price gets to any of those locations. And even if you're wrong, even if you get stopped out, you will have nothing but myself and the chat room's respect, because at least you had the nerves to put all that stuff out there before anything happened. Yes, I am upset. In a sense, I'm upset because trolls annoy me, and annoyance is a form of being upset. So yes, you are upsetting me via annoyance. It seems like you're trying to be a troll. So if that's the case, I'm just going to ban you. But if I misunderstood, then fine. That's why I offered you up the warning. So if you are a Swedish troll, just let me know. And I'll never have a Swedish goldfish again. Okay? Because of Daniel. I'm never eating a Swedish gold... is that what those things are called? What are those red things called? What are those red gummy bear fish called? Aren't those Swedish goldfish or something like that? Is that what that is? Swedish gummy... no, they're not Swedish gummy fish. Okay, Daniel, that's why I say, the only theory we care about around here is you documenting what we asked you to document, okay? If you're not going to do that, brother, then I'm going to do a personal boycott on Swedish fish. I don't think they're called Swedish gummy fish. Swedish fish. I think it's just Swedish fish, right? Yeah. Right here. Or else none of us here are ever going to eat this again, and your country is going to go bankrupt, because we all know that this is the only export from Sweden. All you export are Swedish fish and Vikings, okay? And we're going to ban, or we're going to boycott it, okay? Swedish will be bankrupted off of the map. Yeah, those fish, I'm pretty... Yeah, I don't think they're the most healthy things out there. Why do I want to short right now? Okay, that makes sense now. Quite a bit of congestion. We have the 50 period moving average. We have the overnight high. So is this a shortable area up here? Could put a stop right there.
Order filled.
So stop is that green line. There we go. Take out a little scalpy scalp. Do you put the overnight high manually? Nathan, no, that's a indicator that I had to bring in. I don't remember. Was it Tiki Trades? No. It was something. Yeah, Tiki Trade right there. Tiki overnight high low. But you have to get it like from a third party or whatever, or you get it from the community. It's a community indicator. Ooh, I'm glad I scalped out of that one. That was one where the scalp was the right move to make, brothers. Good afternoon, Clay. Can you show me the settings you use to see the... I don't really remember exactly how, but I'll do this. I'll drop you this link real quick, because I know it's part of this video right here. No, it's not a paid indicator, Josh or Nathan. There you go. So if you want your platform to look like mine, there you go. Check out that video right there. And that'll help you in that regard. You're welcome, Josh. Was clearing out the people I was following on StockTwits too. When I got to you, I found your YouTube channel. I thought I'd check you out. Cool. Well, thanks for checking me out, Hopewell. Somehow I ended up on your StockTwits. Somehow you followed me, whenever that was. So thanks for the follow back then. Thanks for checking this out. What do you trade? Are you day trading stocks or options, or we're doing futures day trading around here? Oh, really, Mark? I don't know if I remember that or not about you. Now is a good enter long position, I think. Okay. Well, where would you put your stop loss at? Where'd your entry point be and where's your stop loss at? So hell. You should consider day trading futures. Futures move way better than stocks. Way better. And that's coming from somebody that's used to day trade stocks and options a lot. And I can say, wow, stocks and options are garbage compared to futures. Stop loss is just above the V. Okay, well, no, you got to give us a value. And that's actually, from a long side, I will tell you, to put your stop just above the VWAP is a very poor spot to put your stop loss if you are long. Very poor spot to put it just above VWAP if you're long. Very, very poor spot. But to be fair, maybe you have a tried and true strategy and it proves that you should put your stop loss on the long side right above VWAP. If that's the case, then hey, I suppose more power to you. What a bounce, though. Nice bounce. Remember when I was long down here? Remember that? Good old hindsight. Good old hindsight. Insane break still. Still 1 NQ in. You know, Loyal Wiz, you gave me that super chat earlier. I don't remember if I thanked you or not for it, but I know that was you. So thank you for that super chat. If I did not thank you, and if I apologize if I didn't thank you at the time. I did. Okay. Loyal Wiz, by the way, has discovered the holy grail of trading. If I buy and choose to scalp, that means he buys but chooses to let it work for him. But if I buy and my goal is to let it work for me, then he knows at that point to scalp. And he's made he's made millions of dollars. Millions of dollars. He invited me to his private island that he just bought. But because we have some sickness going around, I had to decline. Which, by the way, on the sickness front, now my son Trip has apparently my 2 daughters, and then I just am still currently getting over. I went downstairs before the live stream, and he's laying on the couch, which, hey, buddy, how's it going? I woke up last night, and my hair was kind of wet, and I'm like, oh, so you're really hot. Yeah, that's kind of the chills. Yeah, and then I'd get really cold. I'm like, yep, I was there too. So now he's got it. So the sickness continues. But when you have 6 kids, sometimes that's the thing. Sicknesses take a while to work their way through. But it is what it is. It's either going up or down. Oh boy, Joe. Joe? Hey, let's calm down on the bold predictions, Joe. Let's just everybody take a step back, take a breath, Joe. Let's calm down. Let's calm down. Hey, Dylan, how you doing? Nice job, Relax Ardu. I guess the stop loss hunting algorithm was turned off. It came within 2 ticks of your stop loss, but didn't hunt it. So the stop loss algorithm must have been turned off. Why it was turned off, nobody knows. But I guess the stop loss hunters were not out there. Because there were some pretty bad hunters if they were within 2 ticks of a stop and then didn't get it. That's true, guitars, Adam. Could go sideways too. What about this setup? Entry at 241. Okay. Okay, so Jaywall, thank you for explaining, and thank you for confessing that yes, I nailed exactly what you said you did. So I don't know what your earlier messages was. That you sounded kind of like bitter towards day trading or something. Like, I don't know what you're bitter towards day trading for, but I will give you credit, Jaywall. You also recognize your problems. You didn't cut it. You didn't manage risk. There you go. That's part of day trading. Got to manage risk. I'm glad you got back to break even. Good. But I'm not sure what those bitter messages up above are all about. Don't blame the market for you not cutting a loss, or in your words, cutting that crap. Don't blame the markets for you not cutting it. Blame the dude in the mirror. Yeah, Hopewell, it's some sort of flu going through. This type of market I had to scalp. Magic is back. Good. It's just not the same without you around here. Just not the same. Let's go and hit at 263. I don't beat Magic. I don't know. Did you ever give us your stop loss? I know you gave the entry point, but did you ever give a stop loss? I recommend long-term investing over day trading for most people. Well, I recommend doing both. Now, can everybody day trade? No, not everybody's going to have success in day trading. Can everybody have success long-term investing? Yes, absolutely. So everybody should certainly long-term doing long-term investing. Everybody should do that. But if you have any interest at all in the markets, then people should at least still try to day trade. But you kind of set it up as a false dilemma fallacy, like one or the other. That's not how it works, though, trader. You can do both. You can do both, brother. Clay, do you have discount code for trade? No, only TPT. And for Apex. And I'm deleting that out because I'm trying to keep the chat simplified. We're only talking about a couple of prop firms in here because I want people to have a smooth transition. I don't want people to be overwhelmed because I got 47 different prop firms to choose from. Okay, yeah. I don't remember you giving a stop loss, DJ, but that could very well have just been me just not seeing it. That's a very real possibility. No stop loss. Smoother Hooper, what are you doing? Are you in with futures yet or not? You're one of these people now that's really starting to get confusing in the chat, brother. Uh-oh. No. That should remind. Yeah, I gotta check this just to make sure that if I don't think it'll. Let's see. I have my fiber optic cable is getting buried today. Oh, they're not giving me a time anymore. Does anybody here bury fiber optic cables? If so, when you bury them, do you need to disconnect? If that's the case, then I think they'll give me a heads up when they're here. But I guess what I'm getting at here is I guess there's a threat my internet could just drop out because I am getting my fiber optic cable buried today. But I don't know if that requires them to disconnect or not. Many who try do both end up undermining their long-term success by letting short-term emotions bleed into their investing decisions. I mean, trader, I think you're just making stuff up. Like, you have some sort of study that says many people that try long-term investing see long-term investments go down because they let their short-term decisions bleed into that. With all due respect, trader, I think you're kind of just making statistics up. Because I don't know about how other people do it, but I have a totally separate, who would I use? Bank of America, who's that? Merrill Edge? Yeah, Merrill Edge. I have a totally separate account for all that sort of stuff, so completely separate. Now, if people keep things in the same exact account, I suppose maybe that could happen, but I don't know of many people who keep their like short terms, especially in this fashion. What we preach around here, trader, it would be impossible for that to do because we preach Pam's plan around here. So within the prop firm, your prop firm would be totally different than like your long-term investing accounts. That's just your opinion. Okay, fair enough. I appreciate you clarifying that and admitting it, as opposed to sitting here trying to say like that is some sort of fact. So thank you for your opinion. On your disconnect, it really just depends, but more than likely you'll need at least a brief disconnection at some point. For them to bury it? Come on. Well, hopefully they don't get here anytime soon. Dirty dogs. It won't tell me right now when they're supposed to be here. Just that they'll arrive today. So I guess on that note, if I just disappear, you'll know why. But hopefully that's not the case. I'm trading future with what is Pleasant? So, Smoother Hooper, are you using your own money to trade futures? Is that all of your money that you're putting into this? Okay. Why? Why are you doing that when you know that this thing that called a prop? What country are you in? Maybe that's the problem. Oh wait, are you the Romanian guy? Are you from Romania? Is that you? When they bury next to the box to hide the wire, that's when they disconnect. All right, well, hopefully they don't get here until not during the live stream. Smoother Hooper, what country are you in? Okay, well then you're not trading with your own money. Like, what are you? Nice move here, but I don't know what to do with this action right now. Especially on the 5 minute. Come up pretty strong. I guess maybe if it comes back down around here, is that like a long down around here? Maybe. I don't know. I guess you could do a short here. Could I do a short as a fake breakout of this bull pennant here? I mean, do you try to get short right there, stop up there? Yeah, about a 10-point risk. Maybe. Okay, next one, DJ. Keep on moving. What's your next trade, DJ? Or, yeah, DJ Magic. You're getting a little too obsessed with that old trade plan. It worked out for you. Well done. What's your next trade? Your lines are pointing up, sir. Huh? What lines are pointing up? Oh, wait. Happy days. Yeah, you're the guy that doesn't use stop losses, though. What's up with that? As we approach the 3-hour mark, you know what? Last time I think I required 200 likes by 3 hours, and we're not anywhere close. What is going on with likes today? Well, let's try to get this up to 175 within the next 6 minutes, and I'll call it good. So we need 14 likes here in about the next 6 minutes. So if you are enjoying and you want this stream to go beyond the 3-hour mark, we got to get this up to at least 175 likes. So if you are interested, if you'd like for the stream to continue, hit that like button, please. So we can keep the party going. And that would have been a nice short. Again, for anybody that's new, I'm not asking for likes out of like a vanity metric. I'm literally trying to gauge, are people still interested? So that's how I gauge if people are still interested. And if they are, then I'll keep live streaming. So there is a very practical purpose to me continually engaging with the likes and watching them. Because if people aren't interested, then I'll be totally blunt. I don't feel like spending my time doing this if people aren't interested. But if people are, I'll keep going. Now it's recovering back up. All right, maybe we'll get to it. Still need 7 likes here in the next about 5 minutes. I'm glad you always are, but I kind of need it for more of a bigger picture reference. Is because as much as I love you, Erie Trader, I can't really spend my entire day with one trader that's interested, you know? I would just do this, Erie Trader. I am offering this. Whoops. There you go. I'm offering this tonight, Erie Trader, if you're interested. There you go. That's the best place to kind of get the right framework. All right, let's see if we can make a push. Yeah, this area right here at 270 does seem to definitely be a key area of resistance. So much so that let me what color should we'll make that. There we go. Watching that as a key area of resistance. Let's see. Hey, there we go. 175 likes. Keep hitting that like button. Let's keep it driving up here. Okay, quick question. Once you get past the 3K you need to make for the 50K, can you explain what you expect? Do they do that? Can you explain what you can expect? Do they have? Yeah. Oh yeah, Josh. The same rules apply once you get to the pro accounts. You know, you have the loss limit. Yeah, you still got to manage risk. You still got to do that stuff. One rule that's different that doesn't exist is in the pro account, you can make as much as you want every day. But in the test account, because they're trying to figure things out and they don't want people to just YOLO gamble, they only allow you to make up to 50% of your profit target goal. So for example, on the 50K account, your profit target goal is 3,000. So that means during the test phase, you're only allowed to make up to 50% of that. So in a single day, you're only allowed to make 1,500. Again, because they don't want you to just YOLO with one trade, get lucky, and then say, oh, see, I passed. It's like, well, do you actually know what you're doing, or do you just get lucky? But once you move into the pro account, then yeah, that rule goes away, and you can make as much as you want every single day. Yeah, trader. You must be new to the channel. Everything you say here, I talk about quite a bit. Yes, trading is hard. That's why we preach Pam's plan around here, because with the prop firm, it gives you more of an opportunity to figure out your emotions, figure things out. But yes, we agree, trader. You're kind of preaching to the choir when you say stuff like that. We're in agreement, brother. All right. I might try a short here. If it goes up through and then comes back down, then I can just put my stop over the high right there. Yeah, I am going to do that. So step 1 needs to come up above this area a bit, and then I'll try to capture it on the way back down. No, see, the thing the trader is, though, yeah, that's why I'm saying. On the stream, I let people know it's not easy. So I appreciate you trying to be a knight in shining armor, but like I said, you're preaching to the choir, buddy. I do understand that maybe some live streams make trading like, oh yeah, this is easy. This is get rich quick. This is a shortcut to wealth. This is this. That's not here. So if you're looking to like save people, you're not going to be using your time wisely on this one. So if that's your goal, you're probably going to want to head somewhere else. So I made a bunch of trades in 2 days, and I'm at 3,800 total. Okay, you need to stop trading then, Josh. You should stop as soon as you get over 3,000. Don't trade anymore, unless you have to do flip trades. All right, coming up here. Yeah, so it sounds like you've already passed. Now you're just waiting for the 5 days to go by. So to log in your 5 days, just do a micro and go buy, sell real quickly, log that trade, and then be done. watching to see if this wants to, again, break up and then... Oh, I missed it, kind of. I did miss it. Doggone it. Justin, why are you trading PLRZ? What draws you to a stock such as PLRZ, Justin, out of my curiosity? Do you know what a flip trade is, Josh? Again, let's see. Okay, it comes up. I also like the fact that... Okay, do you understand that you have to do 5 days, Josh? All right, sorry, Josh. No offense to you. I can't do this right now. I'm trying to focus on this. I think I missed it anyways. That's what I have to learn how to balance. How do I balance the trading here and then the chat box? Can I use 250 SMA for support and resistance? I don't. Can you, Paul? I don't know your strategy. Can you? Should you be? I don't know. Again, I realize some people out there paint the picture that like there's some sort of universal system that just fits for everybody. That's not true. You've got to figure out what works for you. But Clay, that's going to take effort and experimentation, and that's going to take hard work. Yes, it will. I'm sorry. I get it. The sales pitch of use my concepts, use my system, use my strategy. I get it. That sounds really good. It makes making a sale of something very easy. But that's not how it works. You have to figure out what works best for you. So, Paul, I don't know if you can, because I don't know what your strategy is. I don't know what your risk tolerances are. I don't know anything about you. Sorry, I realize that's not the answer people want to hear. Now, would it make sense to experiment with those levels? Sure, I think it makes sense to experiment. But, I mean, should you be? I don't know. I bought in 2 weeks ago at 50 cents and bought more to lower my... Oh, stop, Justin. Stop averaging down. I'm at 2,000 lost. So, Justin, let me ask you this. Would you like to be a day trader? But the reason why you're trading garbage stocks like that is because you don't have that $25,000. So now you're stuck under the pattern day trading rule. So you're thinking, well, I can grow my money bigger, quicker by trading these penny stocks. So, and then once I get over the $25,000, I can be a day trader. Is that kind of, am I in the ballpark of why you're trading such garbage stocks like that? Yes, trader. See what I mean, trader? I talk about that stuff all the time. So, as I mentioned, if you're looking to be like the knight in shining armor and save people, you're not going to be saving. Nobody here needs saving. You can go to another channel. Yeah, okay. So you would like to be a day trader. So just so I understand, Justin, you would like to be a day trader, but you don't have $25,000. So therefore, you fall under the pattern day trading rule. Is that correct, Justin? Quite the break and then the pullback here. Okay. Well, Justin, another kind of a personal question, but do you have $105? $105. Do you have that amount? If so, you could become a day trader just like that. And you'd be able to trade something that moves way better than those garbage penny stocks. Okay. Well, around here, we talk about Pam's plant. I'll go through it very quickly. So what's relevant to you, the nice thing about Pam's, which is an argument to trade futures, is right here. If you trade futures, the pattern day trading rule, there is none. So now, hey, brother, you can day trade. You can buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell as much as you want every single day. The next thing is trading futures through a prop firm, which is where the plant. And the nice thing about the prop firm is the low capital required. Not to mention, for you also that would be relevant, trust me, futures move a million times better than any garbage, small cap, penny stock, loaf, any of that garbage. They move way better. And then with the low capital, so trading futures through a prop firm, if you have $105 right there, you could get yourself $25,000 worth of purchasing power, and you could be day trading futures as much as you want every single day. And what you see here, or what you're watching right now, is futures trading. And I guarantee you no penny stock is moving this fluidly. In fact, let's go look at PLRZ real quick. What is the PLRZ So let's look at what this 5-minute time frame is looking like. Look at that. What kind of garbage chart is that, right? Huh? You can't day trade that. But right there, brother, you can be a day trader today. And you'll be trading something that moves way better, and you only have $105 at risk because that's all it takes to buy that account. So if you appreciate that information and you want to support the channel, you can use code CLAY up at the top. If you go to that site, that'll take you to the prop firm. You can get signed up there, and there you go. Yeah, exactly. That's another good point. No risk of reverse splits, of halts, of dilution, none of that stuff. Jaboni. If you can't afford $105, Jaboni, then with all due respect, you have bigger problems in your personal finances that need to be focused on. With all due respect. Getting a bit iffy right now. I got another pet peeve. When people are like, dude, relax. Jaboni, do you know how many clowns show up here? Like sometimes it's hard to know who people, like a lot of times you would think somebody's joking and then they're not. So no, don't tell me to relax, because in some situations, like I would be totally justified to get a little bit animated because the person is not joking. So I guess in other words, make better jokes or make it more apparent that you're joking. So you can become a day trader if you have no, I didn't say if you have $105. And yes, you can become a day trader. Day trader being defined as being able to buy and sell as much as you want every single day. Because that's what day trading is, being able to buy and sell as much as you want every single day. So yes, you can become a day trader via the definition I gave it. Yeah, and it is very easy. It is very easy if you have $105 to be able to buy and sell as much as you want every single day. Whereas if you're trying to day trade stocks or options, it is not very easy to do that because there's this thing called the pattern day trading rule, which requires $25,000 in order to get to the point where you can day trade as much as you want, meaning buy and sell as much as you want every single day. Thanks, Isle Boy. Just drives me nuts when somebody does is joking, but they don't make it obvious at all that they're joking. Then they're like, "Hey man, just relax. I was joking." Well, tell better jokes then, or make it clearer that you're joking. And then I would relax. But I've come across some really silly things here. All right. Smoother Hooper. You already know who I recommend for the prop firm. That's who I recommend. Uh-oh. Relax, Ardu. Don't make me ban you. Get your cat off the keyboard. You don't get the jokes. No, I get the jokes when you say I don't have 105. Like, how was I supposed to know that you don't have 105? That's what I mean by a terrible joke. See, people, like, the best way to be a joke is, like, you exaggerate. Like, somebody was just like, when I was talking about, like, making calls, they're like, my call is, it's going to either go up or down. It's like, okay, clearly that's a joke because you're exaggerating the fact. Like, that's where, like, somebody knows how to make a right joke within a live streaming context, where you just say something so ridiculous that it's obvious just a joke. Yeah. I figured relax. That's why I was here and said, hey, get your cat off the keyboard. I don't know if we flush here. That's going to take quite a bit for it to flush. What happened to our stock buddy? Justin. Are you still here? Justin Aaron? Are you still here, Justin Aaron? It's kind of weird. You give somebody some good information and then they're just gone. I hope your trading day is going well. Thank you. Are you able to look at Mara? Yeah, I'm doing all right today. Why are you trading Mara? Are you a day trader, none of ya? Are you a day trader, or what are you doing here? I think I may be calling it good here, wrapping up. I'm not going to say for sure, but the likes just are not going up today at all. It looks like our streak of 200 likes may be done, which is fine. Today, I guess I just must not have it today. People are not too interested. So, I'll give it a few more minutes, but I think I'm getting ready to call it good. Unless we can get some likes. I'm open to keeping it going, but man. So if you are enjoying and you would like for the live stream to continue, you got to hit that like button, folks. I use that to gauge interest. And we are well behind the pace of the previous live streams, which tells me I just must not have it. I know I'm making your day, Jaboni. I'm telling you how to be a better social human being. That's very valuable. I'm telling you how to joke around the right ways. Because I'm a nice guy like that. That's true. I do need my daughter to ask for likes. That is true. I need Kit to show up. Oh wow, what a move here. Okay, whatever your name, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name, but as I told you earlier, maybe you're just a bot. If you are talking to me on WhatsApp, it's not me. I am not on WhatsApp. I didn't say I was going. I was thinking about it. Unless likes start to get moving, and they're moving. So, whoa, what time is it? Is there news or something? It's quite the move. Matt, well force fed. I hope you didn't take that short. Looking for the flush. If you did, hopefully you got ahead of stop loss. Yikes. No, I don't have. Listen. Odo, and I don't mean to get frustrated with you. I get frustrated at the scammers. No, I don't have WhatsApp. I don't have Telegram. If anybody reaches out to you on those things, it's not me. They're total scams. Nice job, Robbie. Good job. I don't know. I'm thinking about trying to buy this micro pullback here. I might give back at least my gains on this if I do, though, if it keeps flushing down. Watching here for a pullback here. And we'll see if it wants to build out some sort of bull flag, bull pennant pattern. I don't know. Is this just a random spike? Is it going to go right back to that range? Yeah, this is a little too squirrely for me for now. How much to start? Do you want to invest or do you want to trade? All right, Daniel, you are gone, my friend. See you later, Daniel. Where is that at? The Swedish troll. We shall all now boycott Swedish fish. Ooh. This is an ugly looking 5-minute right now. If this candle closes anywhere like this, this is a sketchy situation. Trade. Well, what country are you in first off? I don't want to send you down a pathway that you're not actually going to be able to do. $105 and you can quit your job. No, that's pretty scammy on your part, trader. I thought you were here to try to save people. I need to start now. IONQ is going up so smoothly. Maybe, but from a day trading standpoint, I guarantee what we're looking at here is a way better way to go about day trading than IONQ. But to be fair, you may mean that from like a swing trading or an investment standpoint, which fair enough. Again, I wish I could say your name, Oto Korwifor. What country are you in? Are you going to trade one more stock after this? No, I don't trade stocks. Stocks are literally garbage to day trade. Literally, they're garbage to day trade. And this is coming from somebody that has day traded stocks for years upon years upon years. If anybody is qualified to say that, I think I'd be at least in the discussion. Do take profit allow us to trade news? Not all news, but most news, yeah. All right, yeah. It's the 5 minutes got me worried though. I don't like to say I don't like the type of candle here that's starting to form on the 5 minute. It's got me a little worried. Yeah, not as terrible of a candle as it could have been, as now a new candle is starting to form. And I'm going to buy there at that green line if it wants to come back up. Looks like Momo is waning, but we keep going up. Okay, I'm in. Come on, push up some more. There we go. Another little scalpy scalp. So Loyal Wiz is probably in right now and holding for a bigger move up because I chose to scalp, meaning this thing's probably at minimum going to come up here and test that. Minimum. I chose to scalp. So with afternoon trading, do the exact opposite. So Loyal Wiz is waiting probably for at least that, if not more. And then they're going to make all kinds of money. My anchored VWAP was at 295. So did you buy there, or did you? What were you doing at 295? Don't worry, Loyal Wiz, you're almost there for your first profit target. Ooh, right off that level. Is this a short now? Short 98. Well, that's about a 6-point risk. I think I could do that. Nope. It's come up through, so my risk profile has changed, so I got to take that out. So never mind. I was thinking about a short on the way if it came back down, but given it pushed up too much, then my risk profile changed, so not willing to... The context of the situation changed too much, so it made it no longer... Hey, all right. Now we're cooking. We're 5 away from getting up over 200. So hit that like button if you have not yet, and let's just get this up over the 200 mark, and that'll reassure me that people are indeed enjoying. So if you are watching, you are enjoying, you want to keep the party moving and keep it going, then let's just get up over 200 likes. Well, maybe I should bring in Kit the secret weapon. I need to turn on the fan here, but I just turned on a fan Through previous feedback, I don't think any of you can hear it. But if all of a sudden you do hear it and if something sounds bad, please let me know. And I'll just turn it off and suffer. Hey, 201, there we go. All right, all right. I don't think we're going to be breaking any records today, but makes me feel better that my time has not been completely thrown into the toilet. Eek. Well, yeah. I guess my risk profile change would not have mattered anyways, but we're judging in hindsight at this point. I'm not a fan of entering into this close to... Yeah. Well, now we have the question again. If it comes down here and then bounces back up, is this another long? Are the buyers still down here at this 285 mark? Huh? Right now? Right now, seemingly they're still down around that area as it bounced right back off that area. Yeah, I would say if you're getting long down around here, I wouldn't call you crazy. I see the logic. Doesn't mean that it'll work. That's why risk management matters. But I mean, I see the logic. I see why you'd be interested in getting short at this point in time down around this area. Mara is very good for swing trading. Maybe. But we're not swing trading here, CFA. We're day traders here. Dave Lewis looking to short YM coming into the 9. Hey, we got somebody trading the YM. All right, Dave. The YM is the futures for the Dow Jones. Ooh. All right. You got to think that this is a trend line here that everybody and their brother's uncle has drawn. So potential self-fulfilling prophecy where people buy just because of that trend line break. I'm a breakout trader. Oh, look, that's breaking out. Because it's breaking out, therefore I'm supposed to buy, so they buy. And then it goes up for no other reason other than that. So that's kind of why I like the very obvious areas, because you can get some of those potential self-fulfilling prophecies. But as of right now, it's going the opposite direction. You ever trade YM play? A couple times. I didn't do very well on it. So I don't really like the YM, but that's just because I'm bitter. I'm too emotional. But if you have success trading the YM, go for it. You're a better man than I am. See if it wants to pull back a bit more. Maybe if it comes down to the green line here, which is a 21 EMA, I could see myself getting a little more interested potentially. Robert also trades the YM or the MYM. Yeah, we got some YM traders in here. That's cool. For those of you that are maybe not quite sure what are these guys talking about, within futures there are different types of things you can trade. You could trade orange juice if you wanted. You could trade coffee beans, or you could trade indices, and that's what I'm doing. I'm trading the Nasdaq indice. So there's several different types of futures, but the nice thing about futures is once you figure out what you like to trade, then you just trade that every single day, which makes it very beneficial. And that's part of Pam's plan here is that you get to stop scanning, right? If you show up in cryptos or stocks or whatever, then you got to search what's a hot stock today, what's a hot crypto, what's the news, what's this. You got to run your scans. None of that stuff for futures traders. We just kind of wake up, roll out of bed, and we just sit down and start trading because we know what we're going to trade, because we trade the same thing every day, because the same thing every day provides multiple opportunities. Hey, Clay, most of the time you trade... Well, funny you asked that. I just explained that because I don't feel like scanning around for things. Because the NQ, I like the way it moves, and it gives many opportunities every day. So that's why, Yassine. Verse Ace is also trading the YM. All right. Hey, see you later, Relax Ardu. Thanks for swinging by. Oh, boy. To buy or not to buy the breakout? Things are getting spicy here. Do you buy the breakout? Well, right now it pulls back a little bit here. We'll see what it wants to do. Started trading and I don't use the plan. I just use the Drew, you're a crazy person. But Drew's heard Pam's plant plenty, so if he wants to work inefficiently, that's on him. If he wants to not manage risk as efficiently as could be, all right. How much you have in your account, Drew? Happy Days, no. I don't know what that's in reference to. Oh, maybe buying the breakout. Well, you're trading like ETFs without a stop loss. Happy Days. You think you'd be shorting there, or you would be shorting there? So I assume that this is what is not an actual trade. You're saying you're just kind of throwing out a hypothetical. Drew, I have something that I don't think you're considering within your trading that I'd like to try to help you with. This is what I mean. People think they have their bases covered, but they don't have their bases covered because they're operating under some faulty assumptions. I think, Drew, that may be you. So I'm asking you that question for a reason. How much are you trading with of your own money? I understand you're quote-unquote small size, but how much are you trading with in your account? How much do you have in your account? Sounds to me like you have some presuppositions, some assumptions you're making that aren't maybe as accurate as what you may believe they are. All right, we're at the 21 EMA. Draw bottom trend line, that's why. Yeah, no. Yeah, have a good one. Still a little bit in kind of no man's land over on the 5-minute chart that I'm looking at, so that's why I'm kind of not. I'm passing over the whole maybe buying right now point of view. We'll see, though. Yassine, you're not new. You're not new. You know what I'm trading, brother. You ain't new to this live stream. I recognize your name. You ain't new. Just 2K. Okay. I have stuff during market hours. Drew, are you aware that futures are basically open around the clock? Are you aware of that, Drew? What MA is best for scalping? There is no MA best for scalping. You got to figure out what works best for you, Lewis. I understand these are not the answers people want to hear, but unfortunately, I understand why people think that, because there's a lot of people out there that make it seem like there's a system or there's this or there's that. No, there is. There's nothing best for scalping. You got to figure out what works best for you. No, I'm not talking about for today, Yassine. You already know what I trade. You've been on this live stream many times before. I'm trading what I've always been. All right, Drew. I hear you then. Rarely do I trade power hour. Usually after these, I'm pretty mentally dead. And the last thing I feel like doing is continuing to stare at charts. All right, Drew. Well, without pressing too many more details, fair enough. Just be careful. All right, we are approaching the upper trend line here. We flat out have this Current pattern right here. So just really a question of which way does she want to break. All right, it's approaching it. It's approaching. Do we get the break, though? Yeah, coming back down. But even if you buy right there, I guess you could put your stop right there. Either do a breakout or get out. But right now, I mean, if you buy right there, you're really going to put your stop all the way down there. That's a pretty wide stop. I mean, I guess you could, depending on your day. I mean, I guess I could too if I just move this down to like one contract, but I don't know if I really want to bother with just one contract. See if it wants to make a push up through. Do I only? Yes. Yep. Well, I mean, I'll check news every now and then, but yeah, I'd say I'm at like 97% technical analysis.
Order filled.
In. Out there for the scalp. I think I was a little too. I wanted that area right there. I think I took my profit a little too soon. So right now I feel really good about scalping, but to be fair, this candle could easily come back up. I'm holding, Clay. Don't you worry. All right, there we go. Royal Wiz is holding. Means he's gonna make the good money. That is a very worrisome candle, though, I will say. For breakout traders like me to have that candle staring you in the face, I mean, it dropped all the way down here, so. Yassine, I don't know, man. If you're interested, I do offer a mentorship program where I can dig deeper into that. But this is not the time or place for me to do like a deep dive analysis on your strategy. So, yeah, I don't know. What a crazy move. What a crazy move. Up, back down all the way here, and then whoop. Wild. New entry, $2.99. All right, where's $2.99 at? Okay. Take profit, $2.19. Stop. No, Magic. Sorry, man. Not how it works, brother. We need to know your entry point before. Well, let's be fair. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. All right. You're like basically a swing trader, day trader. That's right, trader. You're absolutely right, boy. I think I know who you are, trader. I think I know who you are. There you go, Loyal Wiz. Thanks. Does that offend you, trader? Trader's offended that I'm monetizing my time. Trader's been here before, has created a new name. I have a couple ideas of who they are. But there's somebody that unfortunately has nothing better to do with their time than create new accounts to show up on somebody's live stream and be a troll. But they're helping the algorithm. The more they chat, the better. As I was told, part of the algorithm cares about how much chat is going on. So if they want to help with the algorithm, I'm good with that. It's obviously going up there, Yassine, then you better be all in. If something's obviously going to happen, then you better be all in, Yassine. Are you all in long? Where's it going? Where is it obviously going, Yassine? Wherever it's obviously going, you better be all in long. Entire account. If you're in a prop firm and you have 20 prop firms, they better all be maxed out. And no stop loss either. Because why would you need a stop loss if something's obviously going up? Where is it obviously going though, Yassine? I'm curious. Obviously it's going up there. Where is up there? What level is that, Yassine? Please don't be one of these people that you watch and you let it hit and then it comes back down and then you're like, yeah, up there, I meant right there. Don't be like that. Tell us right now before it gets up there. Exactly, female. We need levels, exactly. Like, where's up there? Can you define up there? See what I mean about broad statements? It's hard to nail people down when they use broad statements like up there. Where is there? DJ, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Yassine. If you gave me all your numbers, and then I'm talking to somebody about giving me numbers, I'm definitely not talking to you if you gave me your numbers. Where'd Yassine go? Okay, watch Yassine come and say, yeah, up there. I told you it was obvious going to go, and he's gonna give us that number right there. Exactly, female future. Yeah. Yassine is probably going to be the definition right there. Yassine, where did you go? Where did you go, Yassine? We just needed a little bit more detail. If it makes new highs and then falls back in opening range and retests opening range and high, I'm going to short to go back to bottom. All right, Ken. Roger that. All right, we got the back test of the breakout point. I don't really trust it. So what's your story, trader? You're a failed day trader and now you're bitter about it, or what? What's your story? I mean, I know you've been here before. You don't like me for some reason. Fair enough. You're not the first. But like, what's your story? No, I'm not trying to fool you, Yassine. You said it's obviously going up there. So I asked, okay, well, can you define up there? Like, what value is up there? So yes, I'm not trying to fool anybody. I'm just trying to seek clarity. You said it was obviously going up there. So I was just curious if you could give us an actual definition of up there. So you think it's obviously going up to 22,000. So are you like all in? Because it's obviously going up to 22,000. I mean, that's like hundreds and hundreds of points away from where we are right now. We're day trading here. We're on the 2-minute time frame, Yassine. So that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense within the context of this. Like if you're some sort of swing trader or something, then okay, I could see you saying 22,000. But like, man, that's like hundreds and hundreds of points. DJ, going my way. I mean, kind of, but it's not anywhere close to either your targets. You have such huge targets, DJ Magic, that I mean, you can't be like right now. I think I could say it's not going your way right now. But to be fair to you, that doesn't mean a whole lot when your stop loss is. Where's your stop loss? Like hundreds, like 50 points away or something. I don't remember. I can't. Where was his play? Where's the trade plan? Oh yeah, he got in at 299. His take profit. Okay, he got in at 299 short. Take profit is at 219. So yeah, like what is that? 80 points away. So yeah, it's going against you right now, buddy. But like that, but that's irrelevant. Same with when you said it's going your way, buddy. When it's down here, what does that have to do with anything? It's not anywhere close to your profit target. Just like right now, sure, it's not going your way, but it's not anywhere close to your stop. Your stop loss is at 346, all the way up here. Yeah, it's not going your way right now, but it's not like it's anywhere close to stopping you out. I mean, that's the equivalent of like a swing trader who's got like their profit target is like $1 away, and it moves 5 cents in their favor. And they're like, going my way, buddy. Well, I mean, yeah, technically it's going your way. It's 5 cents in your favor your way, but your profit target is still 95 cents away. Like, no, if it's like, you know, gone 60 cents and you got only 40 cents left, then yeah, okay. Yeah, hey, man, it's really going my way. I'm like, yeah, it does seem to be going your way. I hope you're not thinking he's me. I don't know who you are, Drew Down. Are you somebody else that's been banned and you're back here with a new name? If I look through your videos, will I find a video explaining your... Oh, brother. Mega Musketeer, are you willing to pay for education? If yes, I'll send you something, whether or not you want to do it. But if you're like, no, I'm not going to do that, then I'll just understand right now. A lot of sellers hanging around up here. It just can't quite. But to be fair, a lot of buyers down around here. So kind of just... No, I'm not tired of... I mean, there's the same questions over and over again. But the only time I get annoyed is if it's a name that I recognize. And I'm like, how do you... Wait, why are you asking that? Like, you... Like, if I recognize your name, that tells me you've been on the live stream quite a bit, which I appreciate. But those are the ones where it's like, how are you asking me this? Like, you've been here so many times. But no, there's not. And I don't know. So I know some people are arguing if you live stream, just ignore the chat because the chat can be toxic. The chat can be, which, yeah, maybe so. I don't know. I like to try to interact. But I do realize that the consequence of that is sometimes you might drive yourself insane. So I do understand both sides. I think people that ignore the chat maybe doing a little bit of a disservice, but I'm not going to say they're wrong because I can totally see the flip side where a chat box can get relatively toxic in a hurry. Just hopping in to say, thanks, Clay. Just signed up for Tradeovate through Take Profit Trader using your code. Hey, thank you. Made 277 this morning, just scalping to learn the new liquidity flow. Okay, so very, very important. Ginny Xide, what did you use to day trade before moving in and giving futures a try? Yeah, I'm the creep. Oh, you changed your name from Tell the Truth or whatever? That's okay, that's fine. Options. Okay, no. No, you're a valuable data point. I also came from the world of options day trading. So as somebody that has traded, has been doing options day trading, and now you've moved into futures, what are your thoughts with the way futures move compared to options? Ginny X-eyed. What are your thoughts on that? Do we have another convert here? So far it's at, so be honest, please. But will the streak continue? Again, the question, what are your thoughts on day trading futures compared to day trading options? As somebody that was open-minded enough to give futures day trading a try. So while we wait for them to answer the question, far more liquid. A little disheartening at times if I fall into my own bad habits. Well, with all due respect, I would say when you fall into your own bad habits, that's going to be disheartening, whether in stocks, options, forex, futures, real estate, Pokemon cards. Yeah, and if it reinforces good habits and a solid trade plan, or you pay for it, yeah. Exactly. Far more liquid. They move smoother. But yes, to your own point, and I don't think that you ever got the impression from me, but to reiterate, nowhere in Pam's plant, nowhere in this claim of a day trading strategy is it that futures like bad habits don't matter in futures. No. Bad habits definitely matter in futures, just like they would matter in anything else that you may be trading. So, but yes, I love to hear that they're more liquid. In other words, they move more smoothly. Exactly. Well, I would have emailed them on your behalf, Filipino Mike, but if you're going to show up so bitter and angry, I'll pass. You're absolutely correct. I don't think I'll be trading options again unless, swing trading. Well, why? I mean, you would never want to day trade options again, anyways. I mean, why would you do the thing where you have a 67% chance to lose money? You know, which again is why options day trading just doesn't make any mathematical sense. Like, I know sometimes people just throw out the word like, oh, well, that doesn't make any sense, and it's like, well, no, that's not actually true. That's just emotional. But like, when I say day trading options makes no sense, I mean that from a logical standpoint, because that's what math is, right? Math is just logic. Math is a way to show order to things, and order itself is logic. So when I say day trading options makes no sense, I mean that in the very literal sense of it literally makes no logical sense. Again, the claim is not that you can't make money day trading options. It's just that it doesn't make any sense. You are working inefficiently. Definitely better than options, but once you get futures, you can mimic your positions with options. I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that. You can mimic your positions with options. No, you're not mimicking anything, because those are two different positions. So no, there is no mimicking. It's two different things. How are they two different positions? Well, because one has this thing called theta attached to it, one does not. I give you thumbs up and comment. Oh, I guess there is no... Well, there is the video, but the video requires... Again, I do offer a mentorship program. That's why I asked. Like, if you're just anti-paying for anything because it's all for free on the internet, then that's why I was going to say, well, then I won't send you the link. But if you're like, no, I'm open. Like, I'm open to paying for some structured stuff. So, yeah, I don't know how that's relevant to anything, Mega Musketeer. I appreciate your like. I appreciate your comment, but there is a video, but there's a reason why I asked you that question specifically. But, yes, there is a video, or there's multiple videos to answer your question. Hey, Clay, forgive my ignorance, but are those 0 DTE futures contracts? No, they're just futures contracts, which don't have theta. So there is no theta working against you. I'm saying if you are long on the YM futures, you can be long on the SPY. Well, yeah, you can. My point is just, but why? Why would you do that? Assuming you're day trading, why would you ever just go long on the SPY for options? It just doesn't make any sense. McCann Cornell, I definitely go into trade futures. Options been frustrating this year. Hey, good to have you. Yeah, I'm sure for you, McCann, as somebody that is day trading options, you are fully disgusted with theta, and I'm sure theta has ruined your trade, has irritated you more times than not. So yeah, for somebody like you, I'm sure you're gonna have a massive appreciation for futures day trading. When you're sitting there like, man, this is nice. That sideways action is not killing me. Right now, just kind of get rid of this level. Seemingly the new resistance area right up around the 310 mark. I think it's just building liquidity to go higher. Well, Ken, you would be at odds with DJ Magic. DJ Magic thinks this thing's coming down quite a bit from here. So Ken and DJ Magic are thinking two different things. May the best idea win. I'm back, and wow, you're still here. Well, yeah, we haven't even hit the 4-hour mark yet. We are getting close to the 4-hour mark. So, as a reminder, if you have not hit that like button, make sure you do that. Because Forex moves like garbage. That's the main difference. If you like watching paint dry, then go day trade Forex. I like you already. Rules based. This is my first visit. Well, cool. Good to have you. Team Zipper Lips. That'll be a name I should be able to remember pretty well. Zipper Lips. My biggest loss and biggest wins were both on options. Yeah, like I said, Pam's Plant makes no claims that you can't make money day trading options or day trading stocks. It's a claim of efficiency. You are being inefficient to day trade stocks or options or any of those other things. M23, hello. So other than volatility, both are the same. I mean, not really. Do you have something against trading futures, LMD? Like what? I don't understand. Like, do you want smoother movement, or do you want not volatility per se, but like just the smoothness of movement? Like, has anybody here ever traded Forex? Can somebody let LMD know that they're being silly to even consider day trading Forex when there's such a thing as day trading futures that exist? Can anybody? Because LMD does not believe me, apparently. Fair enough. No, I can't, Mega Musketeer, because I have no idea. Because I do offer 4,400 videos, which is why when anybody ever wants, you sell a course? Yeah, and I also have 4,400 free videos. So sorry that I happen to also offer a paid class. When I have 4,000, according to this guy, 4,400 free videos. So yeah, maybe there's somewhere in there. Like, yeah, you could probably patch together my strategy amongst the 4,400 videos, maybe. But that seems like kind of a dangerous thing to do. Yeah, because, no, I told you. So I apologize, Mega Musketeer, that I don't know which of my 4,400 videos might be the one that you're asking for. I'm sorry that I don't know that. My apologies. Okay, if you're going to just lie, then you're definitely banned right away, gutter boy. The lie being Pash on his trash class. I can say with proof he's never taken my class. So therefore, impossible for him to know whether or not it's trash. So for him to call it trash is a lie. We don't got room for liars around here. Well, yeah, I mean, I would assume that it's fine. So if anything, I could maybe arrange, I could kind of, because you're trying to make it me sound like the idiot. I've asked you 2 questions, and all you said for both is, I don't know. Perhaps you're the one asking just bad question. Is that at least a possibility? I will be intellectually honest. I will admit that perhaps I'm the moron that doesn't have the answers. But are you at least intellectually honest enough that perhaps you're just asking bad questions? Can we at least find that common ground? Can we at least be intellectually honest with one another? Because I do admit that perhaps I'm just really stupid. That's why I can't answer your questions. Because I am 0 for 2. Fair enough. So that is a possibility. I'm just stupid. Can you at least admit that the other possibility is maybe you're just bad at asking questions? Futures day trading. I am trying to keep it positive. I would argue intellectual honesty is a positive thing. Okay, look, do you see that, Luis? Me and Mega Musketeer, we just arrived. We were both humble enough to admit that we're both stupid at times. That's awesome. Do you see that? That's pure positivity. Just because people are trying to find a middle ground, Luis, does not mean it's not positive. Toughen up, son. You hear me, Luis? Time for you to toughen up. Oh, these people aren't in perfect agreement. We need... No. People may not be in perfect agreement, but that doesn't mean it's negative. It means that they're not in agreement and they're trying to find a common ground. And me and Mega Musketeer did. He was humble enough. He was intellectually honest enough to admit, hey, yeah, I'm stupid too at times. There we go. You got to toughen up a little bit, Luis. Just because a couple people don't agree right from the get-go about everything doesn't mean it's not negative or doesn't mean it's not positive. Futures day trading is better because no time to get. Exactly. And volume is always there for futures. Well said, CFA. In and out, 306 to 276. Is there such a thing as too much scalping? I mean, yeah. If you're starting to scalp like B- setups and C+ setups, then yeah, you're probably scalping too much. But if you take 100 scalps because you had 100 A+ setups, then well, no, you just took 100 A+ setups. So, I mean, there can be too much of anything, but that's just based on setups. If you start taking, like I said, B-, C+ setups, you're probably starting to stretch it. You're probably starting to force trades. But if it's just one of those days where it's one A+ after another A+ after another A+ after another A+, then no, it's not too much because you keep getting A+ setups. Someone always knows way more than you do. Free light, yeah, exactly. That's why I love to ask questions. Some people are like, because I'll nitpick words, but like I'm not doing that to nitpick. I'm doing it to gain clarity because maybe I have something to learn. So like, what do you mean by that? Let's make sure we're not talking past one another. But some people see that and be like, man, you need to chill out. What? I need to chill out of trying to gain clarity? I think some of them misunderstand your matter-of-fact blunt. Yeah, maybe. Clay's course is official. Keeps it real and ensures full understanding for... Well, now let's be... I'm not sure what course you're speaking of, Versace. Have you done my mentorship? Because Because if not, then, but I don't even know what you're talking about. I used to be a day trader, but now I only do long-term investing. I paid a lot of money to gurus to teach me, but I saw, okay, thank you. Hey, trader, thank you. I understand your bitterness then. I understand. But I saw no good results. So that tells me that you sign up for gurus to learn their system, to learn their strategy. When you tried their strategy, when they tried their system, it didn't work for you. But that's not what I teach. I say, hey, I'll teach you the tools. I'll teach you how to use them properly. I'll teach you how to understand them properly. But you still have a ton of work to do because you've got to go out there and build something that works best for you. And you know the only person who knows what's going to work best for you is you. So I can only do so much. I can only teach you so much. I can only teach you the tools, how to use them, how to understand them. But now you have to go and take those tools and build something that works for you. So I do understand I do understand why you don't like gurus. Because the ones that you had the false understanding that, oh, I just sign up for this guru system, or I just sign up for this guru strategy. But as I've been preaching the whole entire time, there is no one-size-fits-all strategy. That's why it drives me nuts when I see people selling a system, selling a strategy. Again, maybe that system or strategy works for them, but you are not them, they are not you. Therefore, what you suffered from, trader, which again, I'm sorry to hear, is you showed up thinking, hey, teach me your strategy because your strategy is going to work for me, but it didn't. So that echoes exactly what I'm talking about. Yes, it didn't work for you because you're not them, they're not you. You two had different risk tolerances. You two have different emotional personalities. So my sales pitch is very difficult because yes, I sales pitch you that I'll teach you the tools, I'll teach you this, but you know what? You still have a ton of work to do. You still got to put in the effort, the blood, sweat, and tears of building something that works for you. But people don't want to hear that. They just, well, no, I want to pay for a system. I don't want to have to pay for something and then I have to still do a bunch of work. Sounds like that's what you did, trader. That's not how trading works. So I'm sorry that you went down that route. I'm sorry that you didn't have any success, but that's why, my friend. That's why. I get it, though. I understand why you're angry. Because, yes, most gurus, that's what they do. Look at my system. Look at my results. Therefore, buy my system. No, that's deceiving. It's deceiving. Yeah, I like the way that you put that. I am a chill guy. I'm pretty chill. I just want to get the fact. Yeah, I like that. I want to get the facts straight. How did you got into YouTube and live trading? Well, I got into YouTube a long time ago, and I accidentally did the live streaming. You can go and watch the first live stream. Like, I was literally just putzing around, and then before I knew it, there was like 40 people there. And I'm like, yeah, I don't really know what I'm doing, people. And then from there, kind of just grew. You still get my messages. I don't know. I write, but you didn't show in chat. I think I've replied to all your messages you've seen. I'm getting hungry. What should I order? A chicken quesadilla or you should order none of those things. You should order some push-ups and sit-ups. That's what you should order, DJ. You should order a glass of water and some push-ups and fast. That's what you should do. Yeah, truth is, it's got to be difficult to train for entertainment, of course. Conversation, read, yeah, it's not the easiest thing. And I'm pretty terrible at it. If the market closes and your drawdown 500, does the... Well, if your drawdown is 1,500 and you lose $500 in the day, the next day your drawdown will be 1,000. You have $1,000 left of the 1,500 if you lost 500. No way. I love greasy foods. Oh, boy. You definitely need to order up some push-ups and sit-ups then, DJ Magic. But back to Trader, I do appreciate, I have nothing but respect for you being willing to share that. I appreciate that. That's so I understand your very bitter sarcasm towards me. I understand, but just so you know, that's not what I preach. I don't preach what you signed up for. Not what I asked. Well, I don't know what you asked then. Because the only thing that matters is how much drawdown do you have left. So that's what I took it as. If your drawdown is 1,500 and one day you lose 500, the next day your drawdown is going to be 1,000. Anything other than that does not matter. The only thing that matters in prop firm trading is how much drawdown do I have left. Do you think robot AI are better than humans? In regards to what? In regards to what? You gotta be specific, brother. DJ, man. You need some push-ups in your life. No, trader. No, trader, not at all. No need to apologize. I understand. I hope you swing by again. You also have a great day. Hope to see you again. I do not accept your apology because you don't need to apologize. I understand where you're coming from. So I can totally, I can see it. But hopefully you swing by again sometimes. Sing V2K. I don't know what, does WSP mean what's up? I don't know, Emmy. I'm not smart enough to understand what you're doing. So what you're asking. I'm sorry, brother. Oh yeah, I like to use EMAs. Yep. How long have I been trading, brother? I only hesitate because I got in the markets in 2006, but like, was I trading? No, I thought I was like a hotshot penny stock investor. Mainly because I couldn't day trade because of the pattern day trader rule. Which is why I despise that rule and why I'm so much into Pam's plant. Because absolute game changer these days that I did not have available when I got started. But when did I move from investor to trader? I don't know. 2006 is when I got into the markets. I'll ask it, or I'll answer it that way. Can you lead by example and crack out 20 push-ups? I don't think the camera would. I don't think I can make the camera. Once I get my new office, because right now we're stuck. Well, not stuck. We're kind of stuck, I guess. We're in a house. We just moved to Iowa back in August. Bought some acreage. We're gonna build there. But until that happens, we live in here. So this is like not going to be my official office. But once I get into my official office, whenever that happens, then yeah, I'll crank out some push-ups. But like, it's not, I can't just make the camera. It's not really logistically possible. LMD, how old are you? I'm married. I know you're a woman. I'm married, okay? I'm married, LMD. The gall of you. I'm a married man. I got 6 kids. Why are you hitting on me? Asking me never ask a man his age. All I'll say is I'm like a fine wine. Zipper lip. That's a link to it, and you can do with it as you please. See you later, Yassine. I thought it was the other way around about... No. Never ask a man his age. In fact, just call me Fine Wine from here on out. Call me... I'm going to change the name of the channel from Clay Trader to Fine Wine Trader. Fine Wine Trader. That's got a good ring to it. I'm 41 though. I think. Last I checked. Yes, I'm 41. Oh, Kinetic. Are they going to be here soon? Let's see. Oh, they're going to arrive in 4 minutes. All right. Well, on that note, I'm having my fiber cable line buried. And I think I was told here that that'll probably cause my internet to go out. So we'll call it, and we're over 4 hours anyways. So again, if you have not yet hit the like button and you've enjoyed it all, please hit that like button on your way out. That really helps. If you're not yet a subscriber, subscribe and also turn on notifications. I do go live every day at 11 a.m., but oftentimes I'm here early. So if you want to know whenever I go live right away, then yeah, subscribing and turn on that notification bell will make that happen. And also tonight I have a free webinar for anybody that is interested. So I'll put that in the chat box right here. Free webinar. Nope, that's not how you spell webinar. Webinar. So you can check that out there, and would love to see you tonight. Like I said, that'll be this evening. And yeah, as also then again, for those of you that are in the prop firm space, if you use Take Profit Trader or Apex, I only recommend Apex if you are intermediate or advanced. But if you are in the category of intermediate or advanced when it comes to prop firms, and you use Apex and you enjoy the channel, you want to support it, use code Clay, and then same code for Take Profit Trader. Which again, if you are a beginner to the world of futures and prop firms, go with Take Profit Trader. They are very, very beginner friendly. Apex Trader just has they have more rules and all sorts of stuff. But yeah, that is another way to support the channel if you want to just use code Clay there. But again, like I said, on your way out, if you don't mind, what do I think about them? I'll answer that real quick as I delete the comment out. My thoughts are, for beginners, Take Profit Trader. I have not heard good things about them, so get that out of there. So, Drew, funny man. Come on, man. I literally say I'm on my way out and you're starting to ask questions. Come on, Drew. But anyways, that's all I have for everybody. So thank you for your time. And like I said, no, I assume that was a joke as you asked that. The payouts on Take Profit Trader, as soon as you get to your pro account, which is day 6, you can request payouts right away and in any amount. So you could request payments every single day if you wanted to with Take Profit Trader, which is why I would argue makes them the best, because they have by far the best payment policy. So, DJ, go do some push-ups, dude. Go do some push-ups. You need it. Go outside. Go on a walk, DJ. You need it. Your health. I'm concerned about your health. All right, everybody, take care. I'll see you back tomorrow at 7, or not. Why do I keep saying 7? At 11 a.m. Eastern time. Take care. Have a good one.